Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
This Mother's Day, treat Mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order Mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
Two last things here, a lot to get to before the show ends, including reminding you our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing can get you a free no-cost inspection on your roof. Man, if you've experienced some of these great southern spring storms recently in your area, then Greg Nelson can come out today and give you that free no-cost inspection. Make sure your roof's not allowing any water in that's going to cause thousands of dollars worth of damage, maybe even before you see it. Free no-cost inspection by calling Greg on his cell phone, 205-542-3531. I'll give you that number again in a second. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company. Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for over 20 years. They offer all the best warranty. Insurance companies trust them. Here's that number again, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. For any roof work, you can call Greg up or look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. The Big 12 meeting this week. Right now, they have no intention of letting Oklahoma and Texas go before June of 2025 without a big payout. So they're meeting this week because they're planning in 2023 of having the new AAC teams and BYU in the league. So a 14-team league. So this week they're discussing their first discussions about whether or not they're going to have two divisions or have no divisions, and whether or not they're going to play 8 or 9 conference games. But they are meeting this week, planning on having Texas, Oklahoma, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, and UCF all in the Big 12.
You know, I mean, the whole divisional discussion seems to be a little premature, knowing that they are eventually going to lose those two teams, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to make any sort of decision. I guess you would put Oklahoma and Texas in separate divisions just so when they drop out, you're still equal.
Yeah, so you'd still have your 6 and 6.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the way you would have to do it.
Yeah, and I guess Texas and Oklahoma really don't care because they know ultimately the destination is the SEC. The only thing that they would possibly care about is getting embarrassed on the way out, a scenario you brought up yesterday.
Yeah, I just wonder if we really play this out and some point Texas and Oklahoma don't buy their way out. I keep hoping that happens in 2023. Last minute of the show here, Forrester has this unbelievable photo from the Lion. Is it photo or video? Oh, here it's photo. There's Jamison Williams. There's Aiden Hutchinson.
One's happy, one's sad.
That's what Forrester said.
Which one thought he was going to end up in Detroit and which one didn't?
I heard.
No, it's like one's getting paroled and one's getting sent to the hole for 10 years.
I know.
Yeah.
I heard it was on ESPN radio. In fact, I was driving home during the draft from something. I can't remember where it was. Oh, we'd done the show that night, right? And Hutchinson had just been drafted, and Fitzy interviewed him. And I don't know if he was just playing up to the home crowd, but his excitement for staying in Michigan was off the charts.
Well, the Lions even said they got reprimanded by the NFL. They turned in their picks so quick that they said, whoa, slow it down, guys, slow it down.
We're going to fill 3 hours here.
That was kind of an FU to Jacksonville, too. Yeah. Like, you guys, you did what? Yeah. We've got the best player in the draft.
Jacksonville takes... here's ours then. If that's who they took, we'll take this other guy. I sort of believe Aiden Hutchinson will not be as good as Detroit thinks. You?
I would agree.
Yeah.
I think Thibodeau is the bust up there, honestly.
I think
not in Detroit, but that high in the draft.
I think the best guy in that picture is going to be Jamison Williams.
Yeah, I can see that.
He may not be happy to do it, but he's going to be there. All right, that's our show today. We're back with you most likely tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Oh, you never know. Brown may kick me off the show.
A power outage.
Yeah, power outage could be there.
The TVs are working.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Dude, we're on a speeding bullet right now when it comes to Will Levis, the quarterback at Kentucky. We've talked about this now for 3 straight days. Todd McShay has a new mock draft out for next year's NFL draft, and Will Levis's name is on it. We'll talk about that coming up here a little bit in this first segment as we get rolling. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today. Let's start, though, with some moving parts in college athletics and a couple of friends of ours who work in athletic administration. One of them, Jeff Puritan, who is leaving Alabama as a associate athletic director, leaving Tuscaloosa to become the athletic director at Arkansas State. Puritan was hired back in 2007 and impacted my career a lot. I know he's helped us out tremendously on our shows, and you hear what Nick Saban said about him. I think if you're an Alabama football fan, one of the faces behind the success Alabama's had is Jeff Puritan. This guy that's leaving Tuscaloosa to become the AD at Arkansas State will be an AD at many schools in the future. He'll go somewhere bigger than Arkansas State, but Arkansas State's getting a guy who is on the cutting edge of college athletics, and he has been a huge part of Alabama's on-the-field success under Nick Saban.
Always been a fan of Jeff's. From day one meeting him, great demeanor, a sense of humor, and the guy's all over the place. It seemed like any event we would show up at, Puritan was there. So the guy is a good, we'll call him politician, but a guy that was able to coexist and have a really good relationship with Nick Saban. And, that can't be an easy job.
Well, he first of all, he's a personal friend of all of ours, so we are a little bit biased in this, but I think you'll not see anything but praise, especially from the Alabama football coach. So for those that don't know the history, when Nick Saban got here, Jeff was the main media guy for Bobby Bowden in Florida State and had done that for a little bit. And Nick Saban scanned the landscape, and he's like, I want a guy with this vision, and that Jeff is the guy he went and convinced to come to Alabama.
And off our morning rounds today, our top reads at nextroundlive.com, or you can go to Saturday Down South, or any story about Jeff Puritan leaving. Nick Saban's comments about his departure and what he's meant to Alabama football is heartfelt. A lot of those comments from Nick Saban, I don't always know that Nick Saban actually said those words. Maybe it's hey, can you put something together, saying this about that, and I will sign my name to it. You can tell this was a heartfelt thank you and a compliment to Jeff Puritan from Nick Saban as he was saying goodbye to Jeff Puritan, who may one day come back and be the AD at Florida State or Miami or Alabama or somewhere else. These are the kind of moves you make. You leave a place, you go and become an AD at a smaller school, much like in coaching, and then you come back to an Alabama or school in the Power 5 to be athletic director there someday.
Well, my first reaction to this, and you actually had a different reaction, and one of these two is probably true. My first reaction was, because I think this is what most Alabama fans, not that they don't want to see Jeff do well, and they can probably consider it an honor that a school like Arkansas State would look at Alabama and say, we want one of your guys, all those things. But I think most Alabama fans look at this and say, what does this mean for Greg Byrne? right? Is this an indication that a guy like Jeff that's been in this program for a very long time is very well thought of by the most powerful man at Alabama, Nick Saban? The fact that he will leave to Arkansas State, is that an indication that Greg Byrne is not going anywhere at all? Because I think Greg Byrne's popularity among Alabama fans is quite high. I think they would like to keep him. And I kind of read into it as that. Dunaway, you made a good point, though.
I don't say that's wrong.
No, I know you're not.
You're painting
your
it
point,
like I'm just saying it's different.
I haven't painted anything.
Okay.
Yeah, hang on. Your point was, or the opposite could be that he thinks Greg's leaving soon and he needs to get his cuts so he can replace him.
I wasn't saying specifically Greg, but that he needs to go there to come back to bigger jobs.
Right. Yeah, but for the Alabama fans, Greg Byrne would be the concern there. So you could read it one of two different ways.
Yeah, I don't think Alabama fans want Greg going anywhere.
Not at
Greg could
all.
be there another decade, and maybe Jeff just feels like, with what he's been able to achieve in Tuscaloosa going to Jonesboro, he'll still get other opportunities, other big-time jobs. Now, going back to your analogy, some coaches have to leave as coordinators, take smaller jobs before they can get the big job. I would try the Kirby Smart route and kind of just hang tight. I mean, Puritan had a pretty good situation going in Tuscaloosa, and to go to Jonesboro, I give him a lot of credit, man. I mean, that's ambitious.
Yeah, that is true. But Florida State, his school was open earlier this year. Michael Alford, who had ties in Tuscaloosa as well, was the AD at Central Michigan. Then went to Florida State, worked under the guy. Was almost brought in like he was going to take over at Florida State. That ended up happening. But he had some AD experience at a smaller school on his resume. You feel like this is something Jeff now, any job that comes open, he'll have this one stop as the man on his resume. Doesn't always work out for you when you take a smaller job. Sometimes you go there and you lose. For instance, Darren Boatwright, who a lot of Alabama fans know as an assistant basketball coach under Mark Gottfried, went on to become the athletic director at Wichita State, where he has now, according to reports, been let go because, according to the reports in the Wichita Eagle, I believe, that they did not feel like the folks at Wichita State, some of the coaching staffs on campus, felt like Darren was out front in the NIL world, was not leading them into the new frontier the way an athletic director should be leading them. So Darren Boatwright, another guy with Alabama ties, out as the AD at Wichita State.
Yeah, this is surprising. Wichita State, you talk about the nosedive they've taken from a team that was one of the best programs in all of college basketball under Greg Marshall to where they are right now. And you would just think with the Koch brothers right there in Wichita, I mean, those are billionaires. And the money and how much they back that program, that NIL would be huge for Wichita State basketball. So I'm a little surprised that, and we all know Darren from his days back under Mark, and I like Darren a lot. I'm a little surprised that this wasn't a little easier for him.
And it's a big day in college athletics, too, as we've heard a couple of times this week. But today's the day that Greg Sankey and the Pac-12 commissioner, George Kliavkoff, is up in Washington, D.C., meeting with U.S. senators, including Tommy Tuberville for Alabama, looking for some federal leadership when it comes to name, image, and likeness and the NIL legislation, maybe on the federal level. So those are some things to keep an eye on off the athletic fields in college athletics today. We'll get to a lot of the games that are going on, and we'll start with the Braves yesterday. We did a lot of Atlanta Braves conversation yesterday about them losing a doubleheader to the Mets. They get a win yesterday on the getaway game, 9-2. Ian Anderson, the 24-year-old, with a win again. And yesterday we were throwing a lot of praise at the Mets and a lot of dirt on the Braves. But in the big picture, if you're Atlanta, you go into New York and you split that series. You don't lose any more ground to them. Where that was heading, that's a win for the Braves as they get out of New York with a split.
Well, the Braves had only scored 7 or more and three times in 26 games. And first 5 innings to do nothing. Then they have that 7-run sixth. And, coming into that game with runners in scoring position, the Braves were hitting .212. So, it was said after the game, Adam Duvall said hitting is contagious. It is. So maybe this is that moment where they kind of break out of this funk.
I was talking to a Braves fan last night who said, I hate a world in which the Mets lead this division. And I said, man, your team's going to be okay. And he goes, you know what? I'm not panicked yet because of what you just said, Lance. He starts running down the list of everybody that has started in a slump. And Acuna still getting his feet back back under him. Charlie Morton, who we talked about yesterday, Dansby Swanson. Yeah, he just ran Duvall. He just ran down the list of everybody, and he's like, if these guys turn it around, I still think the Braves are the best team in this division. And I agree with him. I think they are. I think they're better than the Mets.
So the Braves take the day off. Brewers coming to town this weekend, a Brewers team that's really, really good. So a great series for Atlanta Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over there. We mentioned baseball here in the first segment to tell you exactly on the dot 2 hours from now at 11:10, Buster Olney returns to the show. Buster's with us at 11:10. How much do you enjoy our conversations with Buster back in the day?
He's just one of the best, man. We've had Buster on for years, and the guy literally that's his life is baseball.
It is. Loves it too, man.
He does, man.
Loves the game.
A lot of people will. You can kind of tell some guys that are on the beat for different professional sports how they wear down a little bit. Not Buster.
Nope.
So Buster joins us 2 hours from now. If you've got questions for Buster, you can hit us up in the chat room or at Next Round Live on Twitter or Next Round Live on Twitter. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Brown had to drive in today. I had it yesterday. LT's driving a Porsche right now from our friends
Nope.
LT's got a new car from our friends at EAW.
This is my favorite. So I'm in a 2020 Mercedes GLE 350 SUV.
Ooh.
And I can't tell you, the dash.
You know what the kids call that, don't you?
What do they call it?
Is that the G-Wagon?
No, it's not the G-Wagon.
Oh, it's not the G-Wagon?
No. It's the SUV. It's not the G-Wagon. The G-Wagon's more box.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
But the dash is all the way across. The features on this thing, absolutely amazing. It drives like a sports car. I got to see Drew Shields and his team yesterday. I'm telling you, if you're in the market for a car, these guys can find it. Inventory sucks out there with most dealerships. Not for our guys at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. They are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around for 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team knows that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.com. You can also stop by, see that incredible showroom that I was at yesterday, 2630 Pelham Parkway. But that 2020 Mercedes GLE 350, only 13,000 miles. You can buy it today. Call Drew and the team. Go see them. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right. So Todd McShay has a new mock draft out projecting the 2023 NFL draft. No surprise at 1, 2, 3. C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, and Will Anderson Jr. 1, 2, 3.
He just won you a steak, man.
Yeah,
it's already over.
If these guys were really good at it and that nailed it, that'd be a steak for me. We'll talk more about the entire mock and all of that later in the show, but we come here just to bury Will Levis.
Yet again.
Will Levis, for the third day this week, 3 of the 4 days this week, is in our conversation because the love for Will Levis continues, much like America's love for sugar. Will Levis, we're sweet on him right now. You look at this mock draft, Will Levis is projected to go 8th overall in the first round of the NFL draft in 2023.
Now that McShay has done it, does it carry a little more weight with you guys?
A little bit more.
Because the first guy that did it was his name is Ryan Wilson with CBS Sports, and I don't know a whole lot about him.
I would just think that there is some scout out there that talks about Levis, the size, the arm strength, and this guy has got the potential. And I think to get out in front and be one of the first to do this, but when everybody's jumping on board, I don't know, man. We watched a lot of Will Levis. I thought actually he regressed as the season went on.
I kind of did too.
Yeah, I didn't think he was as good as he was in September. This blows me away, but as light as the quarterback draft was this year, if I'm counting correctly, McShay right now has 5 quarterbacks in the top 10.
Again,
5 quarterbacks in the top 10.
Half the
and
top 10.
Congratulations. He's got Detroit going number 2, taking Bryce Young.
Oh,
good. Yeah, I'm taking over.
Reunite Bryce Young and Jamison Williams.
Yeah, but it also means of 2022 for your season, you're going to suck again because
Yeah.
you're picking second overall.
When have you ever done that?
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's Rockstar on the Hydra Live camera over there, by the way.
I want to go back to the question I asked you guys because again, here we are. I'll make this point, and it requires 2 qualifiers. Number 1, Mark Stoops' defense being what it normally is, which I feel like we could trust Mark Stoops on defense.
Yeah.
And number 2, the fact that Chris Rodriguez stays healthy. If Will Levis is a top 10 pick, Kentucky's a contender in the East. I just don't know another way around that.
They got to be. And
I don't know a way around that.
McShay compares him. I mean, he talks about Brian Dable in this offense and what he would be able to do with Will Levis. They compare him to Josh Allen.
Yeah. I'm reading that right here. Josh Allen-like traits.
I don't see it.
The way they run their offense.
I mean, he's white and big, and he's kind of mobile.
Yeah, he plays quarterback.
Plays at a school off the radar. I mean, he's got a lot in common with him. Yeah.
But Josh Allen-like traits, which is crazy, but the run-pass options that they have in the Kentucky offense apparently would fit well in the NFL. It's a very NFL-like offense.
He's a tough kid, man. I do like how he competes. But I just don't see him being a franchise quarterback. Again, I guess all of us could possibly be wrong because all of these guys that do it for a living got him in the top 10.
I will tell you, we are 3 days into saying Will Levis will not be a first-round draft pick.
Oh, there'll be plenty of video if we screw this up. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If Scott wants to burn us, he can.
Will not be hard to find us saying that Will Levis will not be a first-round draft pick because we've done it not once, not twice, but 3 times this week.
Okay, here's what I would be interested. And didn't we talk to somebody about this that covers the SEC already? And they kind of were like, "Are you kidding me?" I'd like to have like Chris Doering, Roman Harper, some of these guys that actually.
We brought it up to Clay Travis. Clay was surprised by it.
He was surprised. But, the more of some of these guys we have on, I mean, Will Levis is going to be a running theme on the show for a while because I do want to get the take of some guys that follow SEC football.
I mean, I'll text Doring. I'll text Harp. Those guys come on with us all the time. And, I mean, because I'm with you, I do trust
got to get them on the early side. Don't want them to get influenced.
Yeah, I don't want them to read these and say, "Oh, okay."
Because once Kuiper comes out and says Levis is the guy.
Well, to my point, the last 4 seasons in a row, Kentucky has been extremely consistent. They finished 4th in the conference in total defense. So if I give you that spot, that's 4 straight seasons now. If I give you that spot and tell you Will Levis is a top 10 pick, Dunaway, give me a path where Kentucky's not contending in the East.
No, they would be. If you've got a first-round quarterback, you should be contending in the East. It's a quarterback sport at both college and the NFL level.
Well, you won 10 games last year. Georgia just lost 15 guys to the NFL draft. I mean this is Kentucky's year.
I know. I guess
it's bad news for Tennessee, I guess. Here are the 5 quarterbacks because Nick over there wanting to know who are the 5 quarterbacks in the Todd McShay mock. You can see this. In our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. But C.J. Stroud, 1 overall. Bryce Young, 2. You go down to number 6, Anthony Richardson of Florida. There's a whole story and conversation there for that one. Will Levis, and then Tyler Van Dyke, TVD for down in Miami. That's your 5 quarterbacks in the top 9, actually, of next year's NFL draft, according to Todd McShay today. As we move on, though, there's a running theme there. It's a lot of portal guys who have found new homes, 1 receiver who's yet to find a new home, a lot of Alabama love in the first round. We'll get into all of that today, but quarterback-heavy draft for next year because this year's draft looked very weak. I guess next year would be the time to get your quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, look, if McShay's on here, and look, I believe 3 of these top 5 guys that you've talked about look like first-round franchise-type quarterbacks. I think C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, obviously are those guys. Watching Tyler Van Dyke in the second half of the season in Miami, he looked the part of a big-time quarterback. Anthony Richardson's got that high ceiling, but I haven't seen anything that would cement him in the top 10 right now.
I feel like I trust the Will Levis more than I do the Anthony Richardson.
I think I would too.
I mean, if you give me a mock draft that's got Anthony Richardson in the top 10 and one that's got Will Levis, I'm going to hedge towards the Will Levis one before the AR-15 one. I just haven't seen that out of him. Now, maybe Billy Napier unlocks this out of him. I don't know. Maybe he's got first round. I mean, I do think he's got a skill set that could be a first round, but boy, getting it on the field just has not been. He's not been able to do that.
Can you imagine?
Your point is, Florida. He didn't even win the job at Florida last year.
No.
Will Levis was the quarterback at
least
Kentucky.
He was. Yep.
But can you imagine if he goes out and slays Utah?
Well,
I mean, Florida would be the story week 1.
Yeah.
If Anthony Richardson goes out there, they beat Utah, and Anthony Richardson plays at an elite level.
114 days away from the start of the college football season. Last night in the NBA, you had some predictable outcomes. Miami and Phoenix won again at home. They're up 2-0 now in those series. odd that the NBA is dark tonight. No NBA games tonight.
Yeah, it really is. We've got such a good series going right now with Memphis and Golden State, and so they don't play again until Saturday.
Yeah, so they're getting set up for ABC and ESPN on the weekend, I guess, but no games tonight after Phoenix took a 2-0 lead, and it's very obvious that if you're the Mavericks, you can't win just with Luka. You got to have some help, and there's just nobody coming to help Luka out in this series.
Well, Devin Booker only had 9 at half. They were down at half, and then he comes out and just catches fire. And then Chris Paul at 37 years old was unstoppable in the fourth quarter. They shot 65% from the field last night. That doesn't happen in the NBA. Dallas's defense has been so bad. They've now lost 11 consecutive games to the Suns. I locked Dallas. I thought it was going to be a tight game. It looked like a tight game midway through the third. And real quick, 1 point on Sixers and Heat. Without Embiid, obviously the Sixers have no shot. It sounds like Doc Rivers post-game doesn't have a lot of confidence he's going to come back for this series. But James Harden, I get a lot wrong, but I said years ago this guy will never win a championship.
You did say that.
And it seems like James Harden has tapped out. He has not taken more than 20 shots since January 25th.
Both those series, 2-0, no games tonight. And hockey last night, my Lightning got even. The Wild got even. The Oilers got even, and Carolina put it on Boston. They lead that series 2-0. 4 more hockey matches tonight. We'll tell you the rest of the slate includes a big day of baseball, great games in college baseball and softball in the SEC and the Big 12 happening tonight. All that as we set the table for a fun day here on the next round. Again, Buster Olney coming your way at 11:10 today. Rockstar has our 4 downs, and Rockstar right now is going to tell us about his guy, Adam Mestre. But first, Rockstar, how did Cord sleep last night?
Last night
Through the night?
was actually a better night. No, not through the night, but we got a hint from an aunt that says, before you judge, to get a heating pad, put it in the bassinet while he's nursing, and then let it heat up a little bit. Take the heating pad off, put him in the bassinet to it for the base is heated a little bit.
So a little warm bed, basically.
And then let him see what happens. And he slept for a solid hour and a half, which is so much better than 15 minutes.
That's right.
So we got an hour and a half, and we got little pockets of that all night. So hopefully we'll continue to do that where he learns to stay, because he hates the bassinet. Hates it.
Rockstar was like, can we do 6 more rounds of trivia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm willing to stay.
Yeah.
Who's willing to stay?
But so the warmth almost makes
Almost
him
like
feel
you're
like
being held
by
but a
mom.
bassinet, like, it is just straight, like there's no support. It's just like laid him on a piece of wood.
Yeah.
So
do you
like,
swaddle him?
we do.
Okay.
Swaddle him tight.
Yeah.
And homeboy finagles, he Houdinis, and he does this.
Oh, yeah. Kids can
He
get out
gets
of that
out
swaddle.
with his arms, and then he starts when he gets upset. So
So he's got a little Dunaway in him.
yeah.
He rubs his temples.
But in the middle of the night, the cutest thing in the middle of the night, he'll just do the
Having a good dream,
Yeah.
man.
That's always good.
Yeah.
All right. So
But guys, let me tell you about Adam Mestre.
Please do.
This is not fun and games. Adam Mestre is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right. As we come back, we will talk about a Conor O'Gara story of Saturday Down South. 7 things that will be impacted if Oklahoma and Texas are in the SEC in 2023. I'll bounce through a couple of these. I want to know what you guys think. What you guys think about these 7 scenarios that we'll have to address if Oklahoma and Texas are in the league in 2023. That's coming up, part of our show being brought to you as well by our friends at Bud Light. It is Cinco de Mayo. Some of you will be out celebrating that today. As always, our friends at Bud Light remind you to drink responsibly, share a ride out there, and don't forget Bud Light Next with 0 carbs and 80 calories. It's that cool-looking thing there. It's what's next in beer. Remember, you can get it wherever you buy beer. 0 carbs, 80 calories. It's our friends at Bud Light Next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
NFL schedule comes out next Thursday, 1 week from tonight. Jerry Jones in a minor car accident yesterday, taken to the hospital for observation, 8:10 last night. 79-year-old Jerry Jones. They don't. They didn't know. I haven't seen. Was he driving? Do you know if he was driving or not? I think they did not know.
They did not know. So Stephen Jones, his son, just said that he's doing okay, but yeah, they have no idea if he was driving.
Yeah,
I assume he doesn't drive himself.
At some point, you say, "Hey, I'm one of the richest guys in Texas. Let somebody else drive me."
Yeah.
Not that age would have anything to do with the accident. I'm just saying that.
No, but if you guys had his money, would you want to drive?
I would not.
No, and he could probably get some work done in the back seat. Return some calls, send some emails, fire off a few texts.
I've never seen Kendall Roy drive in.
I have not either. Yeah.
Well, he did drive one night after a wedding.
It was a bad idea too.
That was.
One thing I did not know, I thought Madison Bumgarner had retired, to be honest with you. Last night, he's in his third year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah. He was a giant to me, and then he retired. It went off the radar, which is much the way the Diamondbacks have been with me. He got heated and ejected in the first inning last night. After the third out going to the dugout, he was not happy with a ball non-called strike, and then an extended pat down of his hand as he was leaving the field, and he goes off on the umpires and had to be restrained. I thought Madison Bumgarner, who comes across as country strong to me,
he could whip a man.
Was about to break an umpire if he could have gotten through three of his teammates.
Yeah, I saw
there.
the death stare.
Yeah, he could whip a man. I don't think there's any doubt of all. I mean, there's a lot of guys in the major leagues, but Madison's one of those guys that if I had to put my money on a guy, as Lance likes to say, that could clean out a bar, I think Madison Bumgarner's near the top.
Yep.
To me, I divide men by people who buy their wood on 280 and who chop their own wood. Madison Bumgarner chops his own wood.
I'm a wood buyer. I put myself in the buyers.
I think that was part of his workout for a while. Was actually chopping wood.
Yeah. Actually, I think you can go three. You can divide men into three categories. You have men that chop their own wood, men who buy their wood, and men who have gas fireplaces. I'm a gas fireplace guy.
I lean the gas
fireplace. Just gets, like me, the single Duraflame log. Just let that work for an hour.
I love the smell of the natural fire, but the gas is so easy. Can you find the video of Bumgarner chopping wood? I think there's video where he's actually getting after it with an axe.
While Rockstar looks for that, I'll tell you, our friend Greg from Pell City, who apparently also recommended the heating pad to Rockstar, and Nancy over at dinner, he's saying in the chat room. But Greg from Pell City can make sure that your roof is perfectly secure and no water is leaking into your home. That's what you get with a free, no-cost inspection from Storm Restoration Roofing and our man, Greg Nelson. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Why do you use Storm Restoration Roofing? Well, here's several reasons why I would recommend them. First, they're locally owned. Greg and his wife own the company. Storm Restoration Roofing's been locally owned for over 20 years. They're A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They don't just give that out. You have to earn the A-plus rating. They have that. They have wonderful warranties, and insurance companies trust Greg. If Greg is up on the roof, he comes down, he'll tell the insurance company, here's what's happening up there. And they trust him, and you're going to get the maximum dollar from your insurance company. Get that free no-cost inspection today. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Know what's going on in your roof with our friend Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook, too. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's the video of Madison Bumgarner not just chopping wood.
It's just chopping trees down.
Yep. He's the opposite of Johnny Appleseed.
I like how we go black and white here, just to make it more dramatic and slow motion.
And I love
super widescreen.
Yeah.
Well, and the gloves are in his back pocket. Wouldn't you use the gloves?
Nah, not if you're a real man like Madison Bumgarner.
That's to carry the wood afterwards.
He's got good angle on that.
Well, he does, man.
Why does he not bat? Is he pretty good with the stick?
He is. Yeah, he used to hit 2 or 3 bombs a year.
Because you're right. No, he's got a pretty good motion right there, doesn't he?
He's got a great swing.
Yeah, fix that hat.
Yeah,
lady. Told it, say, this is an advertisement for Carhartt.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was porn for women right here. This is what we...
Boom! Walk away. I love it. Yeah!
What's the best month to chop down a tree, man? September.
That's a good one, Royce.
All right. I hope our female viewers and listeners enjoyed that little break from our normal conversation there.
My daughter...
Between Will Levis eating a banana and Madison cutting down a tree.
My daughter asked a guy one time, a friend of mine, do you wear Carhartt clothes or do Carhartt things? Apparently that's the saying among the kids there. Madison looks like both. He wears Carhartt clothes and he does Carhartt things.
All right. Now let's get into what Connor O'Gara writes today at Saturday Down South. First off, where are you guys on Texas, Oklahoma playing SEC football in 2023? Give me a percentage of the old seesaw, if you will. Start us off, Brandon.
I'd say 75%.
75%.
Yeah,
so you think they're in?
It's looking like the teams are going to leave the AAC to go to the Big 12, and the Conference USA teams are going to bump up to the AAC starting in 2023. I think that's the natural exit for Texas, Oklahoma. And my gut tells me this Oklahoma poor-mouthing about money is nothing more than just basically a negotiation tactic. So I think they'll have the money. I think they'll be out of there. I think in 2023, this will be the last year of this current Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, I think 75% is about right. I think the Big 12, I mean, they don't want lame duck Texas and Oklahoma and the entire storyline of the 2023 season to be, hey, they're going next year. I think after this season is when it gets wrapped up, and money's not going to be a problem at all.
So if that is the thing that happens, Connor O'Gara, our friend from Saturday Down South, says these 7 things will need to be taken care of. The first one he brings up is the Texas-Alabama return game to Tuscaloosa. Scheduled as an out-of-conference game already, they'll play the first half of this year in Austin, Texas. He suggests that this Texas-Alabama return game to Tuscaloosa in 2023, if Texas is in the league, will be played as a non-conference game. That they would play it as a non-conference game because, you get your money as a non-conference. It's a little different than it being a conference game. And Alabama, I think, maybe holds the record of playing conference teams as non-conference games. They used to do this when I was a kid with Ole Miss all the time.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it looked like Alabama played a 9-game conference schedule. Everybody else played 8, but that was a non-conference game. We just saw this year, by the way. This is not that uncommon. It's not unprecedented. I should say it's not that uncommon. It is fairly uncommon. But it's not unprecedented. We just saw Wake and North Carolina do this because they felt like they didn't play enough. So the ACC wasn't going to schedule them, so they just scheduled a non-conference game. And it confused the heck out of everybody because it obviously did not count in the standings.
It was very confusing.
Yeah, but we just saw it this year, so this wouldn't be unprecedented for that to happen.
Then there's the Oklahoma-Georgia series, which starts in 2023. And Connor points out you could potentially cancel that series since they're both in conference and one of the games haven't been played yet. The complication of Texas-Alabama is you would have played the front half of the contractual 2-game series. You would want to give Alabama the old comeback game. Oklahoma-Georgia would be starting their series in 2023, so you could just cancel that out altogether. Or you could play both of them as a non-conference game, depending on how you want to do that. But you don't know where everybody's going to be potted or not. One thing that would have to happen, and I think this is one reason why everyone would be excited of Texas coming to the league, Connor points out, you instantly put A&M and Texas on the schedule. That's got to be an every year game when Texas joins the league. It's got to be Halloween night. I mean, not Halloween, Thanksgiving night.
Okay,
it's
because
be Thanksgiving night.
That's the way it used to be. Yeah, they used to play Thanksgiving night on ESPN. That has now been
the Egg Bowl.
Slated. Well, it's been the Egg Bowl, A. And B, that's been the slated weekend for what they've tried to create as a rivalry, A&M and LSU. Yeah. So you just give up on that, move A&M LSU earlier because A&M and Texas is a legitimate rivalry.
That's right.
I agree 100%.
But I would almost say do Egg Bowl and A&M and Texas as a doubleheader, but I know they don't want to compete with the NFL.
Yeah, but you are competing with the NFL now anyway because they've got a primetime game. The NFL goes triple header.
I like my Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving.
I agree with Lance on this. I'm okay with a Black Friday. I don't know, Texas high school football's big. They may want to avoid Black Friday. I hate for it to fall on Saturday because it will get swallowed up with Iron Bowl, Ohio State, Michigan.
They've played it on Black Friday before.
A&M, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I would be okay with the Egg Bowl being primetime Friday night on Black Friday and having
either or.
Yeah. Just keep it off of Saturday so it doesn't get lost. And I'd like to keep Texas A&M off Saturday so it doesn't get lost with Ohio State and Michigan and Alabama and Auburn and some of the others.
Boy, that first meeting between those two, I assume we'll have Sark and Venables?
Yeah. You mean Sark and
I'm talking about it.
You're assuming they're the coaches.
Sark and Jimbo.
Yeah, Sark and Jimbo.
Yeah.
Sark and Jimbo. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine Jimbo not being there if it's 2023. Hard to imagine Sark not being there if it's 2023.
Jimbo goes 8-4 this year.
More likely if Sark goes 5-7 or 6-6, that you get rid of him after 2 years, 2 non-bowl years. then that's a reason to fire him. You're not going to fire Jimbo at 8-4.
Yeah, probably.
It's an overrated game, but in this vein, do you leave that last week open for Oklahoma to play Bedlam?
Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma could do that if they wanted to, because we do have a bunch of SEC East and ACC games.
Yeah. But I think it's an overrated rivalry. I don't know if Oklahoma wants to continue it, and they view Texas as a much bigger rival, I think.
You don't know what Oklahoma State's going to want to do in the Big 12.
Yeah, I just wonder, though. But if they wanted to continue the game, I think it would be worthwhile for the SEC to leave that open.
From Connor O'Gara, and again, you can read this in the morning rounds in the morning, a couple of quarterbacks he finds would be interesting if Texas and Oklahoma are in the SEC in 2023. Quinn Ewers would be an SEC quarterback at that point. But more importantly, Arch Manning's recruitment, if the word comes out maybe before the season, before he makes his commitment that Texas is coming to the league, Arch Manning's basically choosing now between nothing but SEC schools. Arch Manning would be an SEC quarterback even if he went to Texas.
What if Arch Manning tells Texas, hey, the only way I'm coming is if you guys are in the SEC in 2023?
Well, I think Texas could be there tomorrow. Yeah. I don't think we're waiting on Texas, are we?
I don't think so either.
I mean, we're waiting on if indeed Oklahoma is cash-strapped. That's who we're waiting on.
Well,
I think
the ironic thing about that is Texas ain't ready for the SEC.
They're not.
We saw it last year against Arkansas.
They're not, but I think Texas fans and boosters are. And I think if you told Texas, hey, for $50 million, you could play in the SEC in 2022, I think they would write the $50 million check right now.
Yep, absolutely. And there's a couple others, but the last one that Connor points out is if we don't expand the college football playoffs till 2025, and right now that is the plan, and Texas and Oklahoma are in the SEC in 2023, we will play 3 football seasons with a 16-team SEC league that includes Texas and Oklahoma. It would be hard to imagine the SEC not at least should at least have 2 of the 4 spots. I don't know if they'll have 2 of the 4 spots, but if you're playing in the SEC already and then you add Texas and Oklahoma and still only have a 4-team playoff and you're only going to give 1 bid to the SEC, it seems like there's not enough playoff spots for the playoff caliber programs you would have in the SEC.
So the 4 most consistent teams in the playoffs have been Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, Oklahoma.
That's right.
And, all of a sudden 2 of those are the same conference now? I would agree. I mean, it would seem like you would have 2 teams maybe more often than not, if Oklahoma hangs on.
Yeah, and Georgia,
now
what
that
Georgia has
there,
become.
Yep.
So it's an interesting read why Connor thinks all of that right there on Saturday Down South and in our morning rounds.
And let me add to that real quick, because as we've talked about Oklahoma maybe not having the finances, On3 Sports today reports, and I don't know that these 2 are tied together, I just want to make the point here. ESPN and Oklahoma have reportedly reached a deal to make Sooner Vision part of the ESPN Plus subscription channel. It carries about 100 Oklahoma athletics events. This is according to the Sports Business Journal. If indeed Oklahoma is cash-strapped, this would be a way for ESPN to jump in and say, okay, how much do you need to make this happen? Because it benefits ESPN for this to get done as quickly as possible.
Because we'll pay off the Longhorn Network.
Yep.
We'll pay off Sooner Vision. That's basically us giving you your buyout money from the Big 12 to come be a part of our package starting next year.
Bingo. So this SEC can look as much like the SEC as we want it to look as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that story.
Is this the last year of CBS and the SEC?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I can't remember.
I think it is.
That year is written in stone. I wonder if this is the year. We'll look at it in the commercial break. But it's an interesting scenario as we continue to move parts. And I'd love to know what you guys think. Are you ready? Would you rather it happen sooner rather than later? Go ahead and bring Oklahoma. If it's going to eventually happen, go ahead and bring Oklahoma and Texas in. I am of that. I'd rather do that. If something's eventually going to happen, I'd rather go ahead and do it.
Oh, again, I'd like to see it this year.
Oh, me too. I don't think it's going to happen, but yeah.
All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, and then we'll find out the details on that CBS contract on the other side.
823-2212, that is the number you need to write down. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system, fits over most existing gutters that will keep the debris out. You need to keep your gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. It is one of the dirtiest, dangerous jobs out there. It's getting on the roof, cleaning the leaves out of the gutter. Once you get Gutter Cap, you'll never have to do that again. You don't want to slip, fall, snap the neck, and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Fly Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Before we get to the phones, let me tell you about our friends at Hemphill. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you need to call our friends Adam and Chad and the team at Hemphill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services. They do it right, and they do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemphill Services. You can call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Before we take JD in Huntsville, the CBS contract, Brown, you got the details.
Yeah, it runs through 2023. Now, look, here's the deal. So that's two more seasons. It is widely believed, and I don't think ESPN or the SEC has ever announced numbers. In fact, Greg Sankey's quoted as saying, "We don't announce the contract, numbers. That's just media speculation." But it's widely thought that the SEC pays about $55 million a year,
or gets $55 million. They don't pay.
Or, I'm sorry, the CBS pays $55 million a year to the SEC. So it has been speculated that CBS would be willing to take some sort of buyout in that neighborhood. They're probably going to want a little more. And that ESPN might be willing to do that to just go ahead and accelerate this. So even though it runs, and I will say this, from my knowledge of this matter, I don't think anybody at the SEC will be heartbroken the day CBS walks away. I don't think that has been as good a relationship as you might think it would be.
For viewers, though, I think it's going to be a semi-sad day. Obviously, we adapt. We will you find the programming. But there was something, about CBS and that 2:30 window.
I see what you're saying about the money, because CBS soured the relationship when they refused to start, renegotiating and paying fair market value. But what CBS did for the SEC and the timing of it all, having that national spotlight coast to coast, never interrupted. Your best game is always on 2:30 national network, not on ESPN, not on ESPN2. We're not getting bumped by an ACC game or a Big Ten game. Having that on CBS was really good for the league and what CBS did for basketball. Now, when they stopped, when they wouldn't renegotiate a long deal that was negotiated before, the prices went through the roof, then CBS made their own bet. The SEC wasn't going to stay with them at that point.
No, they were not. And there are several reasons that I don't think the SEC will shed any tears the day CBS is gone. But that 2:30, I'm not stunned if that 2:30 exclusive window just now moves to ABC. I mean, what's the difference if it's CBS or ABC? There is none.
It's not. If they carve out a slot for the best game, but I don't think if you're moving to ABC and ESPN that you necessarily want 2:30 to be your best game anymore.
Why not?
If they will give you the prime time, then from a fan's perspective, all of our fans have always said, I like night games better. I like night games better. So if you're the big dog in a television situation and you say, well, give me the prime time ABC or ESPN window, either one, and that's our best game every week, it's the prime time 6:30 game, that may be more fan friendly. The fans may enjoy that.
Yeah,
more.
maybe for the fans. The one thing we've learned is it doesn't matter for the ratings. The ratings, it does not matter if it's the big noon kickoff, if it's the 2:30, if it's the prime time. The fans find the best game of the day.
Best game's going to get the best.
Why would you
ratings.
just not? We've got that double header. Twice a year? Why not do a double header every day?
Well, I
Do a
think you
2:30
could.
and a
I was
7.
just thinking about that as Jim was saying. Like the SEC, especially adding Texas and Oklahoma, will have enough primo teams that they could build a weekly schedule that would have two attractive games. Your best game, perhaps, let me just pitch it this way. Your best game goes at 2:30 every week. That's our best game, 2:30. And if we've got another game that ABC, ESPN thinks is really, really good, you could put it primetime, or you put it primetime ESPN.
Well, they've got that already. I mean, it's
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the primetime ABC is the only thing that's not available to the SEC right now.
Yeah, I mean, the SEC is it's got a big game in every window. And it's on all across the ESPN platforms all day long.
But you could build a schedule now, to Lance's point, where you could provide a primo enough game at 2:30 and 6:30 that you could say, we're just putting both those on
ABC.
Or yes, yeah. Do back to back.
I don't know if ABC would want to do that.
They might not, but I'm saying you could
take
provide
away Ohio State and Penn State, and those type games.
But you could provide with the names you're bringing in with Texas and Oklahoma. You could build a schedule that provides them attractive enough games to do that each week. I'm not 100% certain without Texas, Oklahoma, you could do that every week right now.
As Jay points out over there, with a 16-team conference, you could have the best game of the day almost every week.
Yep.
And it'll be close. I mean, but still, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, somebody in Notre Dame, somebody in USC. Those are going to be big games nationally, too, every week. I don't care who you have, USC, Notre Dame, big
I
game
don't know about
nationally.
you guys. I mean, look, we watch all the windows. I like the 2:30 window the best, but there is a reason that Herb Street and Fowler are on the primetime window.
But I will say there's always that game, too, Jim, that you didn't anticipate being a big game that turns into a big game. I mean,
Stanford, Oregon.
Yeah, Stanford, Oregon. A great example is Missouri, Kansas that one year where that was number 1 versus number 2, right? Nobody would have guessed that in the preseason. So you've always got to allow for, but I agree with what he said. The SEC could almost have the best game every week. There's just that one occasion where randomly you've got a game that pops up that actually has meaning.
Yeah. So interesting conversation about the CBS window. We'll open up the phone lines, 205-734-0923. Greg Sankey not worried today about television deals. He is up in Washington, D.C., meeting with U.S. senators about possible federal legislation when it comes to name, image, and likeness. The Big Ten, though, is talking about media rights today. Their commissioner should announce sometimes between now and the Big Ten Media Days the new television contracts for the Big Ten. That's up and rolling, and it will be $1 bazillion. It will dwarf the SEC's deal, and then the SEC will then pass the Big Ten.
Yep.
And these two will go back and forth until the end of time. But it's always the last one to negotiate usually has the biggest deal.
And one of the biggest stories coming out of that is Amazon and Apple are apparently big players in this negotiation, according to reports.
Yep, and that's still on the table the next time the SEC wants to expand something. So that's the moving parts of college athletics. As Ivan Mazel writes today at On3 Sports, sometimes you have to break something to fix it. If that's the case with college athletics, we have broken it. Now can we fix it? And that's what everybody seems to be working on in this offseason. 114 days away. When we come back, we get back into Todd McShay's mock draft for next year's NFL draft. Just how good is this Alabama team that's about to take the field? Well, Todd McShay will tell you how good it is. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. They take you to the top of the hour.
Jimmy D, if you've got that old hunting rifle and you don't use it anymore, don't let it just sit around and collect dust. Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. They will pay you for your old firearm. You heard me right. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols Outfitters and see what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Couple of football headlines for you before we get to the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. You can call the show 205-734-0923. Hour 2 of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you. These headlines brought to you by our friends at Creekside Barbecue.
Hey, a great place to pick up lunch or dinner. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs. Watch Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs. They've also got, of course, the incredible food. Creekside can cater parties, other events, up to 200 people. For more information, stop by. Tell them the Next Round sent you, or check out that menu today, creekside/bbq.com.
Former Hewitt Trustful and Miami Hurricane, 3-star wide receiver Daslin Worsham picks Auburn as he comes out of the portal. Waiting to see where Ricky Pearsall ends up, an Arizona State guy who is also considering Auburn right now as they do some portal moves. They lose as well, import-export in the portal these days. Former Auburn safety Eric Reed goes to Georgia Tech, second Auburn DB to do that. Amari Harvey had already done that. Meanwhile, Ohio State gets a big 4-star offensive lineman. Austin Searfeld picks Ohio State over Alabama and Notre Dame in recruiting news. In basketball last night, Miami and Phoenix both win to go up 2-0 in that series. No NBA playoff games tonight. In hockey last night, Tampa Bay, Minnesota, and Edmonton all equaled their series at 1 apiece. Meanwhile, Carolina beat Boston again. The Hurricanes lead the series 2-0. 4 more hockey games tonight. And then we got a little college baseball tonight. Number 1 Tennessee, everybody's favorite team to hate unless you wear big orange, on the road at Kentucky tonight, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. Those are your headlines. Let's get to the phones. Jeff in Anniston is next with us. Jeff, good morning to you, man. How are you?
Oh, Midland. If life's a highway, mine's always under construction. I swear.
You're basically 280 or I-65.
That's good, though. That means you're always improving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm also always breaking down. And yesterday when y'all were talking about, how time flies, it always reminds me of the Rush song, Time Stands Still. I'm not looking back, but I want to look around me now. Time stands still. See more of the people and the places that surround me now. That's kind of the way I am. I don't necessarily want to go back, but I'd like more time to just absorb what's happening now. But
now, do you recall that lyric yourself, or do you have to read it somewhere? Like, can you just pick it out of a song, or do you go and read? Do you look it up?
I looked this up, but I knew it before I looked it up. I just wanted to get it right since I was going to quote them.
Yeah.
But I did. But yeah, that one always. That's one of the only songs once they went synthesizer heavy that I liked of theirs.
Are you fascinated by time travel? Because I got in I got in a rabbit hole this week, and all of these scientific geeks were talking about time travel to the future is possible, but to the past it's impossible.
Oh, really? So we can go ahead, but we can't go backwards?
Something with black holes. It was pretty deep. I couldn't
really.
Yeah, Einstein had that theory that like if you went, traveled the speed of light or whatever, and you came back, the little baby would be like 80 years old or whatever. But,
yeah, I just wouldn't want to travel to the future. I'd love to travel in the past.
I don't think the human body can hold up to traveling at the speed of light is the problem, right?
Yeah, that is one of the
problems. It's a big issue.
It's possible to go faster, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, we black out at what, Mach 3?
Yeah. Well, you'd have to have been in some kind of warp bubble or something.
Yeah, I don't like roller coasters, so I know I'm out.
And I know y'all like Better Call Saul, right?
Oh, it's great.
Did y'all ever watch the Mr. Show back in the 90s?
Mr. Show with Bob and David, yes. David Cross and Bob Odenkirk. Great skit comedy.
Funny as
awesome.
Get out.
And if you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said the one that's going to be the more famous one is David Cross. And
yeah, he's great.
Odenkirk, a Hall of Fame star.
How many people on that show got their start there, like Jack Black and so many people.
Well, it's amazing that Odenkirk, is become such a good actor, at least in that role.
Yeah, I never saw Nobody.
Hilarious.
Nobody was not good.
And there were no limits on that show. Let me tell you, it was an HBO show, so they could do and say what they wanted. Do y'all think y'all could run a sub 14-second 100-meter dash?
Oh, boy, I don't know.
14 seconds.
I think so.
There's a 70-year-old man that ran a sub 14.
Yeah, well, if a 70-year-old dude can do it, I would like to think I can.
Man, this dude looked like he was booking. I'm telling you, he was zipping.
I think my 40 time would be 6 something.
Ooh,
so
it's gonna be tight.
It's gonna be tight for me.
Yeah. I think
last 20 yards. That last 20 yards.
I'll tell you what, I don't want to sprint for 100 meters.
No.
Yeah, I hear you. And I'm with LT. I always prefer when Bama plays at 2:30 because if it's a night game, you got to hold off on the beer for too long, and morning game you have to start way too early.
Well, Bobby in the chat room makes a great point, though. There's such anticipation throughout the day. If you got a 6:30 kick and you go to your tailgate, you don't have to rush to get to a tailgate. So you're at tailgate and you're set up in time, and you get to watch early window, 2:30 window at your tailgate. Then you make your way inside the stadium as that 2:30 game's winding down for your game, the biggest of the day. That's sort of a pretty good day of college football that way. Meanwhile, you rush to a morning tailgate, you tailgate during the 11 window, you miss the end of that game, you go in to watch the 2:30 game. By the time you get back out, you missed a little bit of the 6:30 window. You're going to hang out at your tailgate to watch the 6:30 game? No, you're in the car driving back. So really, the 2:30 game, you miss almost the whole Saturday of football.
You know an underrated time on Saturdays, and I love it. It seems like every Saturday I love this time, Jeff, and I watch all the games at home. From 1:30 to 2:30, because at 1:30 the early slate's winding down, you're getting a lot of good finishes, and you've got the anticipation of that 2:30 window starting.
Yeah.
With a good CBS game, and generally ABC is going to give you something worth watching.
The problem is you miss the beginning of some of those 2:30 kicks because you can't turn off those 11 o'clock games.
I know, but boy, as those 11 o'clock games wind down with the anticipation of the 2:30 window about to start, that is a fun part of the day.
I might feel different if I went to the games, but I hadn't been in a few years. I prefer the old at Friends or in my recliner.
Yeah, but I go to a lot of Saturdays to games, and to me, back in the heyday of the Nick Saban dynasty, when LSU was really good, that night game in Baton Rouge, it gave you usually a really good Auburn game was going on at 2:30, and then you had the night game with Alabama and LSU. You missed football, but you didn't feel like you missed the biggest games in football on that Saturday. So I think if you said, Jim, where would you put the biggest game every Saturday in the SEC, I would hope it would be 6:30.
God, I'm ready for football.
I am too.
114 days, not that
It's
far
not
away.
bad, yep.
Yeah, time will be fly by.
Yep. Or you can
do y'all
stand
think-
still and look around.
That's right. Do y'all think that Brian Kelly would twerk on that little rotating thing if it meant getting a recruit?
Arch
I threw up
Manning?
a little bit.
If it was Arch Manning, I think he'd do it in a heartbeat.
I think he'd take his shirt off.
I mean, it can't get much more awkward than he's
No,
already got.
not at all.
That's true. LT, would you trade Cooper Kupp for any other wide receiver?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You would not.
I would
Devontae
not.
Adams. A.J. Brown.
I think the rapport Cooper has got with Matt Stafford right now, how hard he works, he gets better each and every year. I mean, he was incredible last year.
Tyreek
Just
Hill.
incredible. Nope.
Really?
I really wouldn't.
I would agree. I agree with him. I wouldn't either.
And
Not right
listen,
now.
You
is
may
a
not
gamer.
Even if he isn't an upgrade, even if he isn't better than those guys, if he's just the same as those guys, he's your guy.
Right.
Why trade your guy? He's almost the face of the franchise.
Yeah, look, I mean, threw out the first pitch the other night, Dodger game. He's he's a hidden gem too. You got to take a lot of pride if you're in that Rams organization, Les Snead and Sean McVay finding that guy in the third round out of Eastern Washington. It's just a really cool story.
Yeah,
it really is.
Sadly for Braves fans, he's sort of the Rams' Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so that's if you were to lose Cooper to another team, that's sort of the way the Braves fans just felt losing Freddie Freeman.
Now, I'll be honest too. I don't think I'd trade Stafford for another quarterback right now. I mean, there's better quarterbacks.
No, I think like Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you're Super Bowl champ. Yeah,
but you don't want what he brings.
Yeah, and I like pulling for Stafford. Just seems like a good dude and fun to pull for.
And Aaron Donald's the best in the business, so it's not very much you would change about that franchise.
No, look, and I honestly, Jeff, I don't think there's any chance. I mean, Brown brought this up the other day. It's been 20 years since we've seen a Super Bowl champion win back-to-back. It's not going to happen this year, but it's just nice to have a team that's going to be good.
I will say this, Jeff. He would trade the roommate for Sean McVay.
McVay takes over that mortgage.
This is something random, but did y'all know that chalk is made from fossils of ancient sea creatures?
So awesome.
Jeff, I did not know that. No.
Ancient sea creatures.
Like, can you give us a sea creature, like an example, like a megalodon?
You said chalk, right? Like chalk I write on the chalkboard with.
Yes. Mainly it's the real small, like plankton and stuff, but they do use some, that were a little bigger. But it's all from like 45 million to 60 million years.
When are we going to run out of chalk?
I mean, isn't it? Are we not? Are you serious that it's not just like the limestone?
Yeah, I'm with Dunaway. Seems like we could have found something easier to harvest. Yeah.
Shells of
that is.
Such minute marine organisms as Foraminifera, Coccolus, and Rhabdolus. Come on, you guys know about Rhabdolus.
Yeah. Well, I will
Marine
tell you,
algae.
my entire hometown of Alabaster is built on limestone.
Really?
All right.
Yep.
And I know y'all covered this a little bit, but first, who would y'all consider to be the third best quarterback heading into the college football season? And would you rather have Levis or Pickett on your team?
Third best.
Does Levis have 11-inch hands? Is that how he shot up so far? Or what?
Third best nationally or in the SEC?
For those of you listening on AM,
Nationally.
he said 11-inch hands.
Hands, yes.
Third
nationally.
I might go Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, USC, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
I got your cartoon laugh there. I like that.
It was good.
Yeah, with old Snook. What was that dog?
I do like me some Brendan Armstrong at Virginia, though.
Yeah,
I'm a big
he's
fan.
a hidden gem.
And he wasn't in this mock draft, and I think he's one of those guys that could be a first-round
Who's
guy.
the kid at NC State?
Devin Leary.
Devin Leary.
Yeah. Tyler Van Dyke. I mean, the ACC's got some good quarterbacks.
Hendon Hooker, I guess you could throw him.
I mean, he's in the discussion. Caleb Williams probably, especially matching him with Lincoln Riley. It's probably going to be that's yours.
I'm glad to see the NCAA is considering major changes in baseball, leaving it up to the conference for the scholarship limits. I mean, who the hell came up with 11.7?
Never understood it.
That's such a random number. And I didn't know that you could only have 3 paid coaches.
Yeah.
So that's only the head coach, pitching coach, and then one other guy. They say it's the lowest coach-to-player ratio of all sports. But somebody had something against baseball for some reason.
Well, I mean, you really, it came down to not wanting to take away from football because of Title IX is how you ended up in the 11.7 discussion.
It just still doesn't seem right. But, okay, just a couple more things. How much louder would the outcry get if a 6'10" basketball player in college suddenly identified as a female and completely made a sham of the NCAA tournament instead of swimming?
Yeah, it would be more people would see it. Yeah,
because it's on TV more, so it would be a faster discussion.
Where we're heading, Jeff, it'll probably happen.
I mean, it wouldn't blow me away that we don't see it over the next decade.
All right, can I do some zip throughs real quick?
Zip throughs.
Yeah. Who makes their next playoff first? Michigan State, Oregon.
Oregon.
I would go Oregon.
If we're going college football, Oregon.
Yeah. Okay. Who makes their first playoff trip next? I mean, no, their very first playoff trip. Penn State, Washington, or Miami?
Washington's been in it once.
That's
haven't
right.
they?
Picked them.
Yeah, played Alabama.
Yeah, they have. That's right.
So Penn State and Miami?
I think I'm going to go Miami.
I'm going to go Miami as well.
I can't believe I'm going to say it. I think I'm going to go Miami too.
Yeah, more faith in Cristobal than Franklin, I think.
And easier path.
Yeah.
Who has a winning season next? Vandy or Kansas?
Kansas.
I'm going to take Kansas as well.
Yeah, I think I will too. Easier path.
Yeah, probably so. But oof, I can't even.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
City more likely to be in the football or basketball championship next? Detroit or Atlanta? You can choose football or basketball.
Oh, gosh.
I would go Atlanta. I mean, they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They're a quarterback away. I mean, they're building a defense. They've got weapons now offensively. I'd go Atlanta.
Jeff, I think I'm to the point I'll say I won't live to see either one.
I've seen the Falcons in 2 Super Bowls. I've seen Detroit win 1 postseason game, and the Pistons are a long way away.
That's true. Who makes the Super Bowl next? Who makes the Super Bowl next? Eagles or Steelers?
Steelers.
God, seem so far away.
I think the Eagles are building, and even if Hurts doesn't work out at quarterback, if they get quarterback right in a draft or a trade or free agency, they've got a good set around. I will go Eagles, I think.
I think history tells us it's the Steelers.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay, last one. Will Texas or Oklahoma win the SEC by 2030?
Thank you, Jeff.
2030.
Well, let's just say that the earliest they're going to be there is 2023.
Yeah, so that's a 7-year window.
So they get 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So by 30 is 7. If they get the 30 season, it'd be 8 tries.
There's a lot of teams.
Yeah, but it's Saban, Smart, Saban.
But I would just say this. Let's go back the last 10 years. Are there any Big 12 teams that would have won the SEC?
I mean, there's an Oklahoma team. I mean, look, Oklahoma under Baker Mayfield should have, by all rights, beaten Georgia in that Rose Bowl.
But would they have been in that situation playing a full SEC schedule?
I don't know. I'm just saying I'm comparing them to the SEC champion that year, and it was just a battle in that Rose Bowl.
But keep in mind, since 2014, you've had Alabama losing in the semifinals, national champion, national runner-up, national champion, national runner-up. Then LSU was your national champion. 2020, Alabama was your national champion. 2021, Georgia's your national champion, and Alabama's your runner-up. So there was no room for Oklahoma and Texas since 2014.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I would say no.
If Lincoln Riley were still at Oklahoma, I think I would say yes for Oklahoma. I think he could find one. I just don't know how I feel about Venables.
I personally think Lincoln Riley's more dangerous at USC than he was at Oklahoma.
Maybe so, but Oklahoma's the one in the conference, and I'm just saying if he were there, I would feel confident that product would still be around enough.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Got a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions out, including one about the date on the calendar today, Brownie.
Do you, on Cinco de Mayo, Eat Mexican or avoid Mexican restaurants? I'll give you, what do you guys do, and then I'll give you what
So
the
like
price
on
is.
Cinco de Mayo, are you heading out tonight, Rockstar, for tacos or burritos or anything like that?
Or do you avoid it?
Or margaritas?
If you go, I go, well, man.
It's tough, man. I mean, it is overrun.
You'd say go early, but then there's going to be people there all day and all night.
Yep.
So I would avoid it tonight.
Well, 69% are Rockstar. They avoid Mexican restaurants. 31% go to Mexican restaurants.
I eat Mexican 2
I
or 3 times a
love
week to begin
Mexican.
with, and
Yep.
I'll be there later today. I've already got got
So
plans.
Lance is in the go.
Yeah. My favorite snack, if there's one food that I am addicted to, is chips and salsa. Like, I have no off meter with that. As long as it's in front of me, I can eat it nonstop. And, I'll throw some guacamole on there if it's really done fresh.
So you're like
guacamole.
a goldfish. You could do it for hours.
Yeah, as long as it's there.
Yeah, it's hard to stop.
Like, I can eat myself on a football Saturday if I'm not at the game. When I start eating chips and salsa, until the bag is gone or the salsa is gone, I can make myself sick by eating so much chips and salsa.
One of the things that I love most about Mexican restaurants, and one of the things that I like least about Mexican restaurants, because there's a lot of times if service, and typically they turn it pretty quick at a Mexican restaurant, but if they don't, you get so full on those chips.
I know. Yeah, like you said, normally your plate comes to you pretty quick in a Mexican joint. But I'm with Dunaway. I can eat chips and salsa all day long.
Like if this was sort of the Cinco de Mayo version of the old Bear Bryant show, and Brown had opened up a bag of chips to start with, and we were just eating chips and salsa
Whole
for
show.
I could do it for 4 hours nonstop.
Do you put extra salt on your chips? I like the chips good and salty.
I like them good and salty.
Yeah.
Hopefully I don't have to put extra
Well, I know,
on there.
but sometimes you do.
What I don't like is people that will just salt the chips without asking.
No. You take a bite and then ask. But I like them warm and salty. When they come out warm, you can tell they've been in that little heater.
Yep.
It's good.
See, I'm not a queso guy.
I like queso fine.
Love queso.
Love queso.
It doesn't love me, but I love queso.
I like to get my own little bowl and siphon off the queso so I can go salsa to queso in my own little bowl.
My wife does that, and it looks like a scene from The Shining.
Yeah,
before
by
it's
the
all said
end.
and
I
done.
like doing
by
the
the-
queso and then a fresh jalapeno on top.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Now,
it's better to go queso to salsa because the salsa then sticks to the cheese. And you
Yeah,
get
but
better.
here's what you get is you get a lot of queso floating in the salsa, and it looks pretty gross. If you go salsa to queso,
you don't get any salsa floating in the
not
queso.
as much. No, it's better that way.
Hey, where are you on the guac?
Oh, I like guac fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rocky, I bet you don't like
Not
guac.
a fan.
Yeah, but
I'm not a fan of salsa.
There's a inexpensive place. I'm trying to. Is
it
it
have a-
better than cheap?
Does it have a
Does
bell?
it have a bell?
No.
Oh, okay.
But they're and I eat there almost every Thursday night with a group of friends.
Oh, yeah. That's inexpensive in your book?
Well,
I think that place is pretty steep for Mexican.
but their fresh cut salsa, they leave the guacamole in little cubes, little chunks.
Yeah.
And it's some of the best guac I've had in a long, long time.
I'm not aware of where this is. You eat there every Thursday?
Just about. I haven't been the last 2 Thursdays.
Yeah, I think that place.
My
It's
friend
good.
Tony and Courtney.
It's good. But their chip bowl's too small, don't you think? I think they need a bigger. They try to go a little fancy on the bowl for the chips instead of just the wicker basket. The wicker basket's big. That's kind of what I grew up with.
Yeah,
Just
maybe
bring me a wicker
different
basket.
places we're talking
I'll
about.
take
now.
my chips and salsa Baumhauer's. That appetizer
That's
is
good.
gigantic.
No, I know, and it's good
I
too.
mean,
Our
they
boy
give you
David
like
got
two.
that the other night when we were there.
Yeah.
Well, it's really like they pour 2 bags of chips in, and then they give you a bowl of queso and a bowl of salsa.
I mean, it almost took up the whole table.
Yeah, no, it's big. It's plenty.
I didn't feel bad sitting down and eating chips with them.
I noticed
before-
you didn't even ask.
I didn't. I just sat down and started eating.
Forrester said they went last night, so he goes Cuatro de Mayo to avoid the Cinco de Mayo.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played, Forrester, because everyone's like, let's don't get Mexican tonight. We're
That's
going
right.
tomorrow night.
Place is probably a ghost town. Crickets in there.
Yeah, well played, Forrester. All right, that's our poll question. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Still to come this hour, Rockstar's viewing menu is next, and we'll do our Baumhauer Spotlight for the day. That includes, or will be our Spotlight, just how good is this Alabama football team for 2022 when it comes to NFL prospects. Todd McShay weighs in on just how the Tide's ready to roll, coming up on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by our friends at New Life. By the way, as we go to the viewing menu, I want to remind everybody we will be doing a Mystery Fifth Hour coming up, recapping the final episodes of our friends at the Ozarks. So that's coming very soon.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 for more information. Go online, check out that incredible art today. Go to danielmooreart.com, and don't forget about submit your T-shirt design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com and get creative. We want to see them.
Somebody that's disappeared is finally making a reappearance on Netflix. Oh, God, I don't know how to pronounce it. The Pentaverate.
Huh?
Mike Myers returns to a character comedy with this new series about a Canadian journalist finding himself wrapped up in a conspiracy. It also stars Jeremy Irons. He's also teasing they're going to have, I know Lance always asks about it, they may be working on a new Austin Powers movie.
Oh, so excited.
But he has been, since the last Shrek, he's just disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw the entire Austin Powers movie.
I actually like the Austin Powers. I don't know.
Everything's funny about the movie except Austin Powers. Like,
you don't think Mike Myers is funny?
No, the character
that?
Austin Myers.
Yeah.
Like, I think the funny stuff is Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
What was it? Goldmember and then Fat Bastard. Those are funny, and I never thought the character Austin Powers was funny.
I tell you, Robert Wagner is one of the funniest parts to me.
Yeah.
And what is he, number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2. I think they're funny movies. I've always liked them.
And then on HBO Max, this thing, The Staircase, they had a podcast about it. They had a Netflix special about it. So in 2001, novelist Michael Peterson's wife died, and he claimed she perished after falling downstairs at their home. The medical examiner, however, determined that she had been beaten with a weapon, which led to Peterson becoming a suspect in what would become a murder investigation. They have now turned it into a series starring Colin Firth and Toni Collette. But this has been a podcast. It has been a series on Netflix. It has been a Dateline special, and now it is a scripted show. So I don't know what is so fascinating about a wife being allegedly falling down the stairs. So that premieres tonight.
Have they solved it?
I think he's in prison. I don't know. I never listened to the podcast.
Spoiler alert. I heard the Netflix series was pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Never watched it, though.
And that's what's on tonight.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching this evening. Let's just see what our man Todd McShay thinks of this Alabama football team that is going to be on the field in 2022 by looking at his mock draft that's out this morning at ESPN.com. It's our Baumhauer Spotlight today, just what you can expect from the Crimson Tide, at least with NFL talent. Tell us about our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop in for lunch or dinner. We're talking about that great salsa and queso. He's also got the Inflation Sucks menu where you can get delicious fried Wickles for $6.99, a tailgate burger for $7.99, and a barbecue Yardbird for just $9.99. Stop in today to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I actually got this question earlier this week when we were talking about what went on in the draft back on Monday. How many first-round picks do you think Alabama could have coming up? And I said, probably about 3. You could get to 4. Maybe 5. I don't think they would scare the record that they hold with 6 first-round picks. Todd McShay paints a very different picture. He has 6 Alabama players in the first round, and depending on where Jordan Addison goes, he has Jordan Addison there too. So if he happened to end up at Alabama, it'd be 7 in the first round. And if I'm counting right here, there's no Malachi Moore. There's nobody. The only DB you have here is Eli Ricks back there. So there's potential maybe to get somebody else in there. Do you think Alabama can scare their own record of 6 first-round draft picks this year?
I would assume. I mean, it's not going to shock me. I mean, we know that Bryce Young, if healthy, Will Anderson, if healthy. That's 2, so you're a third of the way there.
And then you start throwing in some of these other names. Eli Ricks is a top 10 guy, according to Mache.
Yeah, I got him number 10 going to the Washington Commanders. Look, Ricks was really good his freshman season, missed most of last year. We'll see how he is this year, but a lot of people believe he's a lockdown corner.
Then you get to Jahmyr Gibbs, who is a running back, and running backs are always dice rolls.
Yeah, they are, and you just generally don't see them in the first round. And McShay's got him how high? I mean, that's
top 25.
Top 25. That's really high for a running back. I mean,
he's got him at 27. Actually,
27. Okay, but even still,
to your Dolphins,
of course. I mean, that would tell you Jahmyr Gibbs had a phenomenal year. Just to climb in the first round anymore as a running back, it's almost breaking news when it happens.
Henry To'oTo'o is mentioned there. I feel like that's he's a great college player. Is he going to be a first-round linebacker?
I don't know.
Emil Ekiyor as an offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman. You saw a couple of those go this year in the first round.
I would just say this. To'oTo'o is a really good college player. I don't know how he projects to the next level. Obviously, McShay thinks a lot of him, having him go 24th to the Cowboys. But Nakobe Dean was a complete stud. Again, brought this up when we were talking about the draft last week. To me, he was the most electric player on that defense, the guy making plays sideline to sideline all the time. And you saw him fall all the way to the third.
But if you start talking about other guys in that secondary, Brown, to go with Eli Ricks, there's a couple of potential guys who could play their way in there.
Yeah, like Rusty says, no Jordan Battle. I mean, I think Jordan Battle had a really good end of the season for Alabama. If he can continue that in that safety spot, there's a guy that could play there. Brian Branch has been tremendous for Alabama.
And I'm right. Really Malachi's back, right? Another year.
Malachi Moore's there. Malachi Moore can't beat Brian Branch out. That's why he can't get on the field. Everybody asks us, is he hurt? All these things. Brian Branch is just a better football player than Malachi Moore. That's the problem.
So you got so much talent on this team. This will be the biggest disappointment under Nick Saban if they don't win the national championship.
2010 team is pretty disappointed. The 2018 team.
The 2018 team resonates a little bit.
Well, it does. I mean, that was a team under Tua Tagovailoa that was just so dominant all year long and just could not close the deal. 2019, Tua got hurt, and as well as Mac Jones played, you dropped a couple games. You'd already lost to LSU, then you lost to the Iron Bowl as well. That was a good team, but with Tua's injury, you can kind of stomach that one. The 2018 is the one that's hard to stomach, especially the way it ended, the way you just got shelled out in the Pacific.
Yeah,
that's just a tough one to swallow.
Well, and another thing is you've got what is viewed as an elite team in Ohio State coming back. I mean, speaking of this mock draft, McShay's got 3 Buckeyes going in the top 11. I mean, you've arguably got the best quarterback. I know Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy, but C.J. Stroud's arguably that guy. You've got arguably the best receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then you've got Paris Johnson, arguably the best tackle in all of football.
So you got a great opponent there.
Travion Henderson could be the best running back. Yeah.
In Ohio State. And you got Alabama with all these first-round talent. 10 was disappointing. To me, you go back to the 16 team and what you had there on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Jalen Hurts, right, as the quarterback who did his part, and then that defense couldn't stop Clemson. That 16 team was disappointing.
Yeah. You and I disagree on the reason for the outcome of that game. I blame more Jalen Hurts than I do the defense. The defense was gassed because Hurts couldn't get first downs. Now, Hurts did eventually score, but that defense got stuck out on the field a lot in the second half.
I usually remind you there that they lost their running back.
They did.
And that hurt them on getting first downs at that point.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts was not a very effective passer.
Yeah, so 16 stands out to me in what they lost defensively. 18, 10. If this team somehow doesn't win the national championship, I think it'll be in the discussion of the most disappointing team that didn't win it all.
Well, this looks like one of the most talented teams. And again, we heard now this is even before the transfer portal, which made Alabama better. By the way, if Jordan Addison were to add to this, do you think he would show up in the first round?
Oh, he's already
in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got Addison 7th to the Chicago Bears.
There you go.
Top 10.
Now imagine if you add him out of the portal.
Yeah. So right now, according to Todd McShay, the 7th best player in next year's NFL draft is floating around waiting to sign up with the team.
That's right. A lot of teams would love to have that, wouldn't they?
Going back to Pitt, Texas apparently is in the mix. Alabama and Bryce Young's throwing to him, and then there's USC where a lot of people think he's going to go.
But before anybody came, before Burton came, or before Harrell came, even before Jahmyr Gibbs came, a lot of people were saying last year, this is the season Alabama's building towards, that this upcoming season. And they've only gotten stronger by the guys they have added out of the transfer portal. So, I mean, Alabama should be the favorite. I think if people in Tuscaloosa thought this was going to be this type of team, and they've only made it stronger.
Before we put this to bed, the Todd McShay on our Baumhauer Spotlight, is there anything else in that first round mock of his that he has out today, the ESPN.com, that sticks out to you, other than all the Alabama players and the fact that Will Levis is
That
is
sticks
a
out.
first-round quarterback, a top 10 pick.
And Anthony Richardson, right?
Well, everybody talking about how Georgia is, just going to, fold up their tent and go home after
Decimated
losing.
in talent.
Yeah, I'm looking right here. Georgia, we've got
3-4 more first-rounders.
I mean, Stetson Bennett's got to be in that first round.
Stetson Bennett is not in the
He's
first
not.
round.
There's no room for him with the Will Levis.
My gosh.
There are 3 first-rounders, though.
I mean, do you think Stetson Bennett
And by the way, all on that defense that lost so much.
Do you think Stetson Bennett sits around and looks at this and says, Anthony Richardson's in the first round and I'm not?
Yeah. Will Levis.
Will Levis is in the first round and I'm not?
The mailman Stetson Bennett still getting no respect. Todd McShay in his mock is our Baumhauer spotlight today with as many as 6 possible first rounders for Alabama, and McShade's pick there. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, stopping today, our friend Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years in the business, the first to bring wings to the state of Alabama. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Later, Bob's still serving up the great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Try out that Alabama hot chicken. You're going to love it. It's that fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar. It's got a side of the smoked Gouda cheese grits, the southern greens and garlic bread. Pick up some today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
JD is in Huntsville on the phones with us. JD, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Doing great, guys. By the way, Baumhauer's banana pudding, awesome, too.
Yep,
Just put that out there, yeah.
I love just about any banana pudding.
Listen, let me say something about the draft, for this mock draft. One of the things that it just drives me crazy is when I see media folks make their assessments based on the very last thing that they saw. You're just sort of quibbling with, small issues when you say that Stroud is ahead of Bryce Young. But why do you think that is? Why do you think he got the nod over Bryce?
Because of how good the Rose Bowl was for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that, and I also think there's an element of Stroud is going to be the guy that gets crowned this year. Bryce Young got crowned last year. This will be the year where everybody tears Bryce Young apart, and Stroud will be the conquering hero this year. That's the way the draft works. Is if you come on the scene before you're draft eligible and slay it the way Bryce Young did, people fall in love with you. Then they spend the next year right before you get drafted tearing you apart. I don't think Stroud will live through that as much.
Well, and I think Stroud, you look at Stroud, he's 6'3", almost 220 pounds. When you look at Bryce, I still think there are some people that doubt whether or not he can hold up.
That's true. And why did he win the Heisman Trophy? Because of what he did against Georgia.
Yeah.
If anybody that voted before the SEC championship game, they didn't vote for Bryce Young.
Well, if you voted after the Iron Bowl, he might not make New York. He was
Exactly.
the offense was terrible in the Iron Bowl.
Exactly. So anyway, now about the schedule. You guys, and we've talked about this before, you realize that South Carolina will come to Tuscaloosa, will come to Tuscaloosa in 2024 for the first time since 2009.
Yep.
Can you imagine if Sankey, because of oversight or whatever, when Texas and OU come in, forget that is the case and they push it even further back? I don't really care. It just seems like when they set that schedule up before, they didn't take into consideration that we can't do the 2-year, home and home thing with the cross, divisions. That messed it up and that pushed it further back. And then I don't think they just give it enough thought. And they had teams having to play each other on the road 2 years in a row. Is that when you guys talk to Sankey, you got to ask him those questions.
Well,
how do you determine who does that? Do you draw it out of a hat? Surely not. Y'all pick that based on what you think will be easier for that team that has to go on the road 2 years in a row.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening in the SEC offices with Texas and Oklahoma coming in. They're breaking away from the model they've got, and there's different scenarios on how to play the maximum number of conference games and get to every campus, or at least play every team in the league on a more frequent basis. And I think that is the way. They're going to move into the future. So you're going to have, whether it's with pods or what, a more frequent to where you're playing everybody in the league at least one time while you're on campus if you stay 4 years. So they want to get away from that broken model. And if that means years we don't have Alabama and Tennessee, I'm okay with that.
Well, see, the other thing, too, is also to remember, if you go to 9 games, look at Georgia, Florida. Every year that Georgia is the home team in Jacksonville, that takes a home game away from them. You go to 9 conference games, you're going to have some years where you only get the 4 anyway at home. So if one of those 4 is in Jacksonville, Florida has 5 at home, and Georgia would only have 3.
Yep.
Just a lot of things to consider there.
Yep. JD, thank you. But part of this is not on Sankey. I mean, I think a lot of it is that I think he would gladly play an expanded conference schedule. It's the schools, by and large, that have been against an expanded conference schedule.
Yeah, you wonder where the head coaches sit now.
Well, Saban's always been for it.
Yeah, you got new guys like, Heupel and the Shane Beamers of the world. I mean, where are those guys?
I don't know where those guys are on this.
Well, I mean, you tell me if you're...
No, you probably don't.
If you're Steve Sarkisian, you're coming into the league, do you want to play 8 conference games and let me schedule somebody else so I can get to a bowl game that I didn't get to last year?
Yes.
That's why you don't leave it in the coaches' hands. You got to make a decision away from the coaches, because the coaches, most of them are going to say, I've got to keep improving and making a bowl game to keep my job at a place like Mississippi State, Ole Miss.
But, ironically, a guy like Jimbo Fisher had his best season when they played a 10-game.
Full 10-game schedule.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, much more coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Mortgage Right. They put the M in mastery. And if you're looking to purchase a home or refinance, these are the guys. When it comes to purchasing a home, let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number 1 when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Our friends at Precision getting you back in the game. Some big injuries that are impacting the NBA playoffs right now. And that includes Joel Embiid, who is struggling to get back on the court for the Sixers. They're now down 2-0, could be ending their season. That is part of our Precision look ahead.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Keith sends in a question at Next Round Live for Lance. So 2 parts. I will ask, is this possible? That's his question, but then let's see if it is likely. Do you think I can get a prop bet that Alabama will cover every regular season game by 14 points? In other words, win by 2 touchdowns or more. It seems a touch high, but can you bet on something like that? Or would you just have to be individual games?
Yeah, I think if you were like respected by a casino, that you probably could go to that sportsbook manager and they probably could create a prop.
Create a prop, right? But there won't be one out there in Vegas.
There will not be one out there, no.
And also, I don't know that would be a smart bet. I mean, just one game.
I mean,
you can be the most dominant team in football.
You're the schedule guy.
One game.
Pull the schedule out and let's see what is closer than 14 points.
Oh, so the way you're talking right now, you think that this is possible.
Well, I mean,
all right, here you go.
2020 was just, they wiped everybody.
Utah State at Texas.
I think those are both 14-point wins.
Right. La Monroe, Vandy at Arkansas. Now, that's a team that played right with
I
Alabama.
don't think they win by 14 in Arkansas.
Texas A&M at home. The way Saban normally has
lean that way.
I mean, here's a tricky one as it pertains to just winning or winning by 14 at Tennessee.
I don't think they win by 14 in Tennessee.
Mississippi State at home. They probably will.
Probably.
At LSU.
Probably.
At Ole Miss.
Probably.
If they're this deep, it's a great chance. Then you host All-State and you host Auburn in the Iron Bowl. And the Iron Bowl in Tuscaloosa has been a blowout of late.
Do you think, Dunaway, they win every game by double digits?
No.
Yeah. I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either. I think they lose a game.
I wouldn't say Texas A&M is a given for being more than 14. I would say Tennessee is not a given for being more than 14.
At Arkansas?
I mean, I would just play the percentages and say that they lose a game, go 11-1, play for the SEC championship.
I'll go ahead and tell you, when we get to our 40-40, last year I was really chill on Indiana. I think I was the only one on the show that did not think they would be a top 25 team. I'm not sure where Arkansas is going to be when this year is over with. Too many people buying into Arkansas for me.
Jimmy Dowder when it comes to the Hogs.
Susan, back to our discussions on the TV deals moving forward and where would you like your the best game of the day to be played. Susan points out it is hotter than 400 hells at 2:30 for half the season. So she is in favor of the 6:30 games.
Well, get ready for that big noon kickoff in Austin. I don't know what a normal September Saturday is in Austin.
It's hot.
But, I mean, that is going to be one of the hotter Alabama games you've ever attended if you're visiting that one.
Rockstar, while we talk here, give me Google search average temperature on September 10th in Austin, Texas.
Very specific Twitter.
But I think
it's 93 degrees.
You think that's average?
The high?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good. 93 is the high with 90% humidity.
Yeah. I mean, one August, my wife and I were out in Dallas one August, and it just never cools off. It doesn't get cool enough at night for it to cool off, so you start the morning so daggum hot.
You gave me all of September. That lowers the average.
Well, that's
when we get
Houston,
to September
too.
20th.
Yeah. Rockstar, do you know how Google works?
My God, it's talking to the specificity.
Here, I'll do it. I'll just
In
do
the
it.
suburbs-
I mean, they're not
I said
playing
the
in
suburbs
Houston.
of Houston, not the city.
Well, you put
We're
in
playing in
Texas.
Austin.
Texas is a big
Austin,
state. Go
Texas,
Austin.
average temperature on September 10th.
Yep.
What do we got, Dunaway?
We have 91 degrees.
Yeah.
It's hot.
And for
33 degrees Celsius
Yeah.
for those of you watching in Europe.
For those that don't know, Fox would have first choice for that game should they choose to take it. Fox does not get to show Alabama an awful lot. Alabama's probably number one when that game is played. You always like to have the number one team. I would be
Outside
stunned.
of a bowl, when was the last time Alabama was on Fox?
I am. It's been forever. I think it was Bama-Utah game, right? In the Sugar Bowl. I think that was maybe the only time they've played on Fox. Unless I'm just forgetting one.
Texas Tech, Bama Cotton Bowl seems like it was
Maybe
on Fox.
that was Fox, you're right. Yeah, so it's been very few times they've played on Fox. And given those two helmets done away, Alabama being number one, I would be stunned if that's not your big noon kickoff.
It was...
Which would be 11 o'clock our time, obviously.
was 90 degrees at 11 a.m. on September 10th this past year in Austin.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get. I mean, it's not a ton cooler here. I mean, it's not that different, but Texas heat's just a different cut.
You guys remember going to early September games in Legion Field as kids?
Miserable.
And how many people were getting wheeled out?
All
Two or
the
three?
time, left and right.
That's your Michelson 7-month forecast right there for Austin, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, 969-8100. Make that call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. No reason to procrastinate. If you're wasting money on contacts and solutions every year like I was, finally went in, got the procedure. Before the procedure, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. After the procedure, 20/15 vision. Still have that. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Tripp says LSU Texas in Austin in 2019 was absurdly hot, and that was a night game. When we come back, Buster Olney is part of the show. We talk baseball with Buster, turning back the clock to our old days. It's coming up on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
USFL football fans, Saturday is college night. Let's go! Wear your school colors to Protective Stadium and get a free USFL koozie while supplies last. Let's go Stars! Tickets are just $10 and kids are always free. It's an action-packed football doubleheader with Tampa Bay versus Houston at 3. Then New Orleans takes on Birmingham's own Stallions at 7. Let's go! Buy the hottest ticket in town today at theusfl.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, Buster Olney coming up in about 9 minutes or so here on the show. We'll talk some Braves baseball and more baseball with Buster, part of the ESPN family, and Brown will have an announcement about Buster coming up in just a second. I know Brown has seen this on Twitter. I will give you a crisp $1 bill if you can tell me who the head football coach at Arizona is right now.
Jed Fish.
Jed Fish.
Jed Fish. I'll give it to you. That's close enough. Jed Fish.
Crisp.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Arizona's Jed Fish from Brett McMurphy. 46 today. Fish is the 5th youngest Pac-12 head coach. 47th youngest. I mean, we're to the point where 46 and he's the 5th youngest head coach in the Pac-12 at 46.
He ain't going to be there long based on what I saw last year.
Yeah, he probably feels like he's 66 after having that job.
There are people that think Arizona and Arizona State have now passed each other, though, that Arizona's rising and Arizona State's going south.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
Arizona State's just got a little trouble with the NCAA.
They kind of jumped that hurdle.
Herm Edwards, of course, the coach there. One of the reads in the morning rounds is about Arizona State needing to make a U-turn.
Did you see what else McMurphy reported about the College Football National Championship game earlier today? You know, this story came up. I can't remember when we talked about it, but I remember people in the chat room and on Twitter telling us this was a big issue that we don't need to ignore. And I remember us talking to Lunsford about it, that when they announced the 2026 National Championship game in Vegas, it was the same weekend as the Consumer Electronics Show. And we're like, come on, man, it's Vegas with all these hotels. And people were like, guys, that shuts Vegas down like nothing else does. Well, Brett McMurphy is now reporting that Vegas wants out of that game because they can't secure the hotel space necessary, and Atlanta looks like they're going to grab it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's really good. So Atlanta could have the 2026
I think
game.
it's 2026 if I'm not mistaken.
I was kind of looking forward to the Vegas trip if we were going to be able to pull that off.
So that would be after the 25 season, if I'm correct.
If I'm correct, I don't know. That gets really confusing. I'll have to go look at their schedule.
Right. Yeah. All right. Part of our show being brought to you by our friend Dr. B today, who's getting LT's hair ready for the upcoming football season.
Yeah, unfortunately, the older we get, you start to lose a little hair. And maybe you're in your late 20s, your 30s. You want that preemptive strike. You think you're going a little thin. That's when you need to call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up my consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform that genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting, went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I can actually do from the couch. It's going to help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Braves win yesterday 9-2 over the Mets. We'll talk to Buster Olney in just a second. Heredia, who had struck out 6 times in that series, hit a 2-run homer. Off today. Brewers in Atlanta for a weekend series there. Great baseball tonight. Number 1 Tennessee in Lexington to play Kentucky, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. You know I love the sport of college softball. If you are not a huge fan of college softball and want to get interested in watching tonight, 7 o'clock ESPN, number 7 Oklahoma State playing number 1 Oklahoma. You likely will see a boatload of home runs in that one, and that's the best team in the country right now in Oklahoma, the defending national champs, taking on number 7 Oklahoma State in a rivalry game happening tonight. Alabama at home to wrap up the regular season this weekend in softball. You can go back and see our interview with Montana Fouts right there on our YouTube channel. And before we get to Buster and talk baseball, Rockstar, they announced the new Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class. Here are some of the names in there if you missed it. It includes Eminem, Lionel Richie, Carly Simon, the Eurythmics, Duran Duran, Pat Benatar, and they did put Dolly Parton in, even though she said she'd wait. She didn't want to be controversial.
Well, she then changed her mind and accepted because they said, we're going to nominate you every year from now on. So you want to go ahead and take it now because we'll nominate you next year. So she's like, okay, I'll take it.
So Dolly Parton is going in.
Yeah, I'm glad Duran Duran got in. I'm a big Duran Duran fan.
Yep.
They're like one of the original boy bands with talent, though.
Mm-hmm. I like Duran Duran.
Duran Duran's best song?
Ordinary World.
Come On Down.
I would
Come
say
On Down's
Ordinary
good,
World.
too.
Or Save a Prayer.
Ooh, I like Save a Prayer.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
Beautiful Kill.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
Rio.
Union of the Snake.
My goodness, Duran Duran fans here.
They should be in
A concert, man. Simon Le Bon put on a show.
Put them in there. Carly Simon. Is she
You're
So Vain?
You're So Vain.
Okay.
And we still don't know who it's about. Most people say Warren Beatty.
Carly Simon's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, though. We're to that point.
But how many great songs does Carly Simon have? I don't know.
Some people said it was about James Taylor. She did clear up it wasn't about him because they were married for a little bit, I think, or dated or something like that.
I think Warren Beatty is the overwhelming choice.
So Eminem obviously will probably perform. Most of these people will. What 1 or 2 or 3 songs will he do?
Well, I mean, he's going to do Lose Yourself.
That's his number 1, right?
Yeah. Till I Collapse is my it might be my favorite song of all time. It's definitely my favorite rap song. I don't think he'll do that one. I don't know. Lose Yourself for sure. I don't think he's going to do I'm Slim Shady.
Yeah. Please Stand Up. Please Stand Up.
think that's probably a little beneath him now.
It was a little cheesy, but
that's what brought him on the scene.
That's right. You almost have to do that, right?
Yeah.
Such an iconic MTV
but look,
music
man,
award.
I mean, just an absolute great rapper. I mean, one of the best of all times was Eminem.
Lionel
Still
Richie
is.
going in, Pat Benatar, and of course Dolly Parton. So
And Lionel Richie much deserved too, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially when you combine what he did with the Commodores and his solo career. I mean, a very impactful artist.
Direct TV commercials.
Yeah.
American
and
Idol.
encourages you to vote.
To vote.
Yeah.
Rockchard loves the pause.
It is a little chopped up.
I am Lionel Richie.
Can you do Lionel Richie? Our friend
No.
C. Stu does Lionel
I
Richie.
can't do Lionel Richie.
Well,
See,
too high for you?
He does easy.
I can do easy. I can't do much more.
Pete Moss on Twitter saying, talking about that Alabama-Texas game in Austin coming up in September. He says, when I lived in Houston, the bank signs there in September would say the time, 10:15 p.m. Temperature, still hot. Damn it.
That's true in Texas.
On the local bank signs.
Hey, we absolutely love our next guest. It has been a couple years since we've had him on regularly, but he is always a favorite of your guys. And here he is again. ESPN's Buster Olney rejoins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome back, Buster. How are you?
Thanks for having me, guys. Great to see you again. And COVID is stupid.
Yeah,
right?
it is. I mean,
we got interrupted by that, you know?
Yeah,
Come on.
Yeah, among many things that interrupted our visits with you. So we're glad to have those back. I'll just jump right in. When we announced you were coming on, we had a ton of listeners that wanted us to ask you a question. I'll work those in when Lance and Jim don't have one. Do the Yankees have the starting pitching necessary to win a World Series? That from Pete earlier.
I think they're going to need to upgrade before the trade deadline. The one thing is I feel like they have a better margin for error for a couple of reasons. One, the focus of their front office was on upgrading the defense. And the difference has been tangible since last year. They were 29th in the big leagues out of 30 teams in defensive runs saved last year. But this year, with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at shortstop, Josh Donaldson at third base, Gleyber Torres at second, Anthony Rizzo now established at first base, they're in the top three in defense, in defensive runs saved. It's a massive difference. It'll help the pitching. Their bullpen's excellent. But I do think before we get to July 31st, they're going to have to add a starter.
How impressed have you been with the Mets start without Jacob deGrom? And when will he come back?
I am incredibly impressed. You know, I was talking with Wayne Kirby, their first base coach, recently, and he said, you know, I knew that this group would gel. I just didn't think it would happen this fast. You know, it's not only Buck Showalter is getting a lot of credit for this, but we also got to give credit, as Buck told me, to Steve Cohen, Billy Epler, the team owner who's spending so much money, the new general manager, in terms of picking the right guys. Max Scherzer, Eduardo Escobar, Starling Marte, Mark Canha, not only have helped the depth on that team, but also I think the club culture. DeGrom was tested a couple weeks ago. They found a lot of evidence of healing when they did that examination. They're going to examine it in another week or two, and at that point, he may be able to pick up a baseball. When we talked to Buck Showalter last weekend, he indicated, you know, sometime in early July, mid-July might be a reasonable time frame for him if he doesn't have setbacks.
Some Braves fans who watch us and listen to us are concerned about Charlie Morton already. Are you concerned about Charlie Morton, or do you think he will eventually get back to his usual self?
I am concerned about Charlie. Father Time is undefeated, and he's an older pitcher. And watching him at the beginning of the season, you kind of wonder. Now, I will say, I watched that series, his last start against the Mets, and his last start on the local broadcast network here. And Ron Darling, who knows far more about pitching than I do, talked about an adjustment he felt like Charlie made with his curveball right in the middle of that start the other day. It added spin to his curveball. It seemed like he found something in the midst of that lost start against the Mets. You hope he builds on it. You know, he's one of those guys you root for.
Buster Olney is with us from ESPN at Buster_ESPN on Twitter is where you follow him, and he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Bobby wanted me to ask, with the Cubs rebuild and their farm system, how far away do you feel like they are from being a contender again?
2 years. I think this year, we've got them on Sunday Night Baseball this week against the Dodgers. I think it's pretty clear that this is going to be a sell season. So in other words, in midseason, Wilson Contreras, their catcher, if they have movable pieces, Wade Miley, if he becomes healthy, Kyle Hendricks, they'll turn over their roster a little bit more. But they do now have a couple of pieces in place, and they have a ton of financial flexibility. This is the most important factor, though. That division is so forgiving. Right, the National League Central, the bar isn't high like it is, say, in the National League West or in the American League East, which is why I think the Cubs' return to relevance will be a lot sooner than it would be for some teams in other divisions.
Buster, you mentioned the Dodgers. Two parts here. Will they make a run at re-signing Trey Turner? And the second part, since winning an MVP in 2019, what has happened to Cody Bellinger's swing?
So on Trey Turner, I think the Dodgers will try. Everybody in baseball expects that he's going to leave. He's an East Coast guy. The perception of him is that he wants to play on the East Coast, some team. And this is total speculation on my part, I kind of wonder if the Braves are lying in the weeds on him a little bit. He's from the Southeast. Dansby Swanson's getting close to the point where he's going to become a free agent. And you know what? If you're the Braves, that might be attractive. Cody Bellinger, it's really funny because most of the time, as you guys know, if you grow up in a baseball family, the way that Cody did, his dad played with the Yankees. Guys like that typically have really nice fluid swings because they've been working with their dad. Ken Griffey Jr. is the best example of that. The most beautiful swing ever. Well, Cody Bellinger wound up with a swing that no one would ever teach anyone. Last year I talked with a person in the Dodgers organization and asked them if Cody's struggles were so bad that they would non-tender him. And the response was, he's such a phenomenal athlete that they believe that eventually he'll be able to apply that and figure it out. He got off to a good start this year, but you guys have seen the numbers the last few days. He's drifted back down toward 200, huge strikeout rate.
Can the Rockies, Giants, Padres, maybe the D-backs all keep that race interesting out there all year long? Do you think it can stay that tight?
I think the Giants for sure. They've become like a West Coast version of the Rays, where Farhan Zaidi, head of baseball operations, Gabe Kapler's coaching staff, they do a really good job of piecing together lineups, rotations, bullpen sequencing, and to stay competitive. And we saw that last year when they shocked everybody. Mikey Stremski and Kirk Casale, when I visited Nashville at the end of February, those guys were telling me what an incredible culture they have. I also think the Padres will stay in it. It's pretty clear that Bob Melvin, like Buck Showalter with the Mets, has made an enormous difference. That team has turned over its roster so much, a lot of instability. One of the messages that Bob Melvin had for Eric Hosmer and others was, look, I want you on this team. To the best of my ability, we're going to hold this group together. Manny Machado's off to a great start. Fernando Tatis Jr. is expected sometime back in midseason. So I think the Padres will hang in there behind that good starting pitching.
Buster Olney for a few more moments. On a negative side, the Reds are 3-21, Buster. They're on pace for the worst record in the history of the game.
How's that rebuild going?
How far away are the Reds? A long way. I mean, they'll get better, right? They're not going to have like 25 wins this year.
Well, that's kind of a loaded question because they can't get worse.
That's a good point. Good point, Buster.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it can't get worse. It's funny when you start out with the negative. I thought we were going to talk about Madison Bumgarner
we'll get there.
and Dan Bellino yesterday. Look, the Reds, like a lot of teams in baseball, have decided to go the route of tanking. I was shocked that in the most recent collective bargaining talks between Major League Baseball and the Player Association, neither side really did anything to do about tanking. So the Orioles now are in their fourth straight year of tanking. The Pirates are tanking. And now the Reds made their decision. Look, we're going to cut our payroll to the bone. They traded away a bunch of guys. I think they'll probably trade more guys in midseason. It's ugly. I think it was Trent Rosecrans, who covers the Reds for The Athletic today, tweeted out that their lineup looks like a spring training lineup. A bunch of guys you don't recognize. It's sad. And can you imagine if that team was in like the American League East or the National League West, how they would just be beaten up every day, especially with Joey Votto off to such a slow start.
If you're not a Mariners fan or don't play fantasy baseball, you don't know the name Logan Gilbert. Where did this guy come from?
Well, that's a good call, by the way. He is on my son's fantasy team, who's 17, and he's so happy. Look, he's a guy who the last couple of years, when you talk to scouts around baseball, they said, look at the stuff on this guy. There's a great Twitter follow called Pitching Ninja, and he will sometimes focus on Logan Gilbert because of his extraordinary stuff. It feels like the Mariners have a lot of guys like that, doesn't it? Where they're not necessarily national names, but they're coming into their own. They were competitive at the end of last year. I think they'll remain that this year, especially because it doesn't seem like either the Astros or the Angels are ready to run away with that division. I think the Mariners behind Logan Gilbert will grow as the summer goes along.
Chris is watching us in Nashville. Will Nashville have a baseball team by 2030? Major League Baseball team?
2030, absolutely. It's
Wow.
funny. The other day I was talking with a Major League executive. I'm going to save his name, but I asked him, I said, so I'm thinking like 2026, 27. And he goes, yeah, that's about right. Major League Baseball needs to resolve the situations with ballparks with the Athletics and the Tampa Bay Rays before they get expansion teams. But they're going to, guys, because we know the owners are in it to make money. And if they can sell 2 expansion teams for, say, $1 billion, $1.2 billion, that's money that's going to be spread out among the other 30 teams. It's inevitable, and it'll be great to have 16 teams in each the American League and National League, rather than have these weird schedules that we do.
So more likely expansion in Nashville and not Tampa or Oakland relocating in Nashville.
That's what I believe. That that Nashville is viewed as such fertile ground for expansion that they almost don't want to use it for moving a team like the Rays or the Athletics there.
All right, you mentioned Madison Bumgarner. Let's get to that story from last night. He's leaving the field. The routine inspection does not go well. And if you're going to square up against anybody that's PO'd, Madison Bumgarner's on the bottom of my list in the major leagues.
Yeah, I was watching that game as that happened. Madison Bumgarner, we know, can be grumpy on the mound. He gives up a home run in the first inning. He was upset about a ball strike call by the home plate umpire and kind of waved his hands and yelled in his direction, and he's walking off. And you guys have seen the foreign substance check that umpires are doing with pitchers on their hands. They basically say, please hold your hand. They look at it, touch it. Okay, you're good to go. And it usually takes about 0.8 seconds. Well, yesterday, as Madison's walking off after yelling at the umpire, Dan Bellino, the first base umpire, who I think Dan's a great baseball guy, terrific umpire, stops him, and he begins to rub his hand, and he keeps rubbing his hand, and he keeps rubbing his hand, and he's not looking at the hand that he's rubbing. He's staring into Bumgarner's eyes. And there were a lot of former players who reacted strongly to this on social media, Darren Herron and others saying, look, Dan Bellino baited Madison Bumgarner. I agree with that. Because what happened was Madison, after a little while, said, boy, you took long enough, dropping an F-bomb in the middle of it, and Bellino immediately ejected him. I'm curious to see if baseball is going to come down with some discipline, which is very rare with umpires, but that was a case that absolutely warranted that. Can you imagine if you were a fan who bought a ticket to watch Bumgarner pitch and he's gone after 1 inning? Can you imagine if you're Torey Lovullo, their manager, and you got to find 8 innings of pitching on a getaway day?
That's a great point. All right, you guys love Buster. We do too. He is going to be with us most weeks, maybe every week, Thursday at 1 o'clock. He's going to be with us every week, but it's normally going to be Thursday at 12 o'clock, 1 Eastern, 12 Central. So tune in for that each week with Buster. It is so good to see you and hear you again, Buster, and have you back on the show. Thank you for the time.
Likewise, guys. Love talking with you.
All right, buddy. Take care. We'll see you next week. Buster Olney, ESPN, at Buster_ESPN each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Go ahead and tell us about our friends at Johnston RV. Brownie, 2 locations.
They do have 2 locations, Jimmy D. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, and you can hit the 334 exit there in Decatur and see them in person and see that Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. You can see Johnston RV Center for details. They're home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand as well. JohnstonRVCenter.com for all the info.
Rockstar, happy birthday, Kurt Loder today. One of your favorites.
He's got to be in his 70s.
77.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never
Were
broke
you going
good
to say
news.
77?
I wasn't going to say 77. That's older than I thought.
Yeah, 77 if I'm correct. I'm always, maybe one off on either side, but 77 is what my site has him.
He was never the bearer of good news. That's
was the guy
who
who delivered the news to, as most people said, I was reading a story about his age, for the generation that most of us are in, was the guy who was the Walter Cronkite of the generation. You'd be watching MTV and he would deliver you the news.
I remember 4. I remember Kurt Cobain,
yes,
River Phoenix,
yes,
Tupac, and Biggie.
You saw all those from Kurt Loder.
All 4 of those.
I saw all 4.
Yeah. All 4 were mentioned in the story. Those are the 4 big names he delivered that it passed away. Breaking news.
I can't believe I was watching MTV that much.
I know. The Kurt Cobain one's weird because that broke in the morning. It's weird that you had MTV on in the morning.
I had it on all the time back in the day.
Because that was
93.
Because he killed himself overnight. It was early in the morning when that news actually broke.
Maybe he killed himself.
Yeah,
that's true.
Conspiracy theories. I was at home with a broken collarbone when that.
Really?
Yeah.
You know where I remember getting? I didn't get it from Kurt Loder, and maybe it was Kurt Loder that did it, but I don't know if you guys had this in school on the TV. It was, I think, Channel 1 News.
1.
I remember seeing it on Channel 1 News.
I don't remember Channel 1 News.
Yeah. I can't remember who the anchor
Anderson
was.
Cooper got his start at Channel 1 News.
But I don't think that was who it was. It might have been Kurt
It was
Loder.
like a 3 or 4 minute news broadcast we'd watch like before school started every day.
When Kurt Loder was not doing the MTV update, who was the good-looking chick that did it?
Tabitha Soren.
Is that her name?
Yeah, I don't know if she was good-looking, but...
What name, Kennedy?
Yeah.
You know,
Tabitha Soren.
Kennedy's still on Fox News. Do you know that, Rexstar?
I do.
Yeah.
It's very opinionated.
Yeah. All right. We are back with Trash coming up on the other side. As always, the show is being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home for school for your son or daughter, make it Montevallo. Several reasons why. First of all, small class sizes. You're talking about like 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. That's going to help your child academically. Small class sizes, a little bit more one-on-one reaction with the professors there. Wonderful social setting down there. In Montevallo, got great athletics, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, 75 majors, growing, new buildings, beautiful campus life. It's something to see, and you can check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. LTD and B with you. Bobby says, so great to hear Buster back on the show today. Absolutely. He'll be with us every week. And we'll be talking baseball for you Nashville fans. I don't know if you were excited by that or not, but 26, 27, sort of the range he thinks an expansion team will be in Nashville.
So if they add two, do you think Vegas is the other?
Yes.
Yeah.
But are they going to keep Tampa and Oakland or relocate them?
As somebody pointed out, I don't know if it was on Twitter in the chat room, it's going to be hard to move another Oakland team to Vegas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is it not?
Or maybe it's not. I don't know. It's going to be hard on Oakland for that to happen.
You've got 30 now. Buster seems to think it's going to be 32, 16, and 16. So I would say two brand new franchises.
Yeah.
But you do have some cities out there that would be interesting that do not have franchises. A lot of people believe Montreal, that a team would go back to Montreal possible, which is something Tampa tried to do with that stupid split, half the season in Tampa, half in Montreal. I'm not in favor of that. But some people think that Montreal would get a team again.
I don't know. You know, how big? It seems like a small market.
Yeah, I don't know how big Montreal is. It was a crap stadium, too.
Exhibition stadium.
Yeah.
It was the Olympic Stadium for so long, and it was a bad stadium. But if they put the right stadium together there, you probably could get what you have in Toronto.
And let me take that back, because if they had the 76 Olympics, it's probably not a small town.
Yeah. They did. No, it's a huge city. And then, you know, I hate to say this, but I think Cincinnati will have a baseball team again someday.
Jimmy D.
Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's officially open for lunch. Here's why we love Champy's. First of all, Sterling's a great guy, the owner of the place. He and his wife there, they love to take care of the community, and they're a big sponsor of us since day one. So we love Sterling and the product they have at Champy's Chicken. Wonderful seasoned, deep-fried southern chicken with great sides. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, which if you've had tamales, you don't like them, you got to try the Mississippi Delta recipe. It's a very different, got a little spice to it. It's a beautiful flavor that he has there. Also, chicken on a stick. They got po' boys, and a ton of other stuff. You're home for brews, blues, and bird. It's champy'schicken.com.
Montreal, to answer Lance's question, $3.65 million as
big.
of 2021, which is second only to Toronto, and puts you number 3 in the United States, I think, right? Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yep. And, you know, I don't know where if you move Oakland to Las Vegas, and that would eat up that site. I've always thought maybe you could put a team. We never got a second team in well, I guess we do have a second team in Los Angeles. Got two in Chicago, too.
What about Portland?
I don't know.
It was a great basketball market for a while.
It was. Oklahoma City, has a great run right now and seems to be growing in the middle of the country. Austin is a huge city. It continues to grow. If you wanted to put another one in Texas, some of the expansion ideas that are out there. All right, let's do trash on the table. Rockstar, hit the big button, man.
Congratulations, The Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Think she's going to interview Duran Duran?
Well, we can only hope.
But it's said of it, no.
When it comes to home equity, bigger always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. How do you guys feel about topless beaches?
I love them. I go topless every time I'm on one.
I like a bottomless mimosa better.
Yeah.
That's why this one's about to change. Nantucket, Massachusetts.
Mine aren't that big, LT.
Seems cold, though.
I've seen this story.
Seems cold.
One step closer to making all beaches on the island topless. There are currently beaches on the island where locals know them as clothing optional, but residents voted 327 to 242 Tuesday night to make all beaches topless. Now, the measure is called Gender Equality on Beaches, and it reads in part, in order to promote equality for all persons, any person shall be allowed to be topless on any public or private beach within the town of Nantucket. Now, Dorothy Stover, the woman who drafted the measure, calls it, quote, top freedom for all genders.
Great line coming up.
Quote, being topless is not being nude. This bylaw would not make all beaches nude beaches. This bylaw would allow tops to be optional for anyone that chooses to be topless.
Oh, the quote I saw was a local news quote, and a lady said, honest to goodness, when I'm on a beach, I see a lot of guys who have bigger boobs than I do.
Wow.
And I thought you were taking a shot at me and my lack of pectoral muscles, little flabby boobies that I've got right here.
It's boobies. I got a name for it. Just thought of it.
What?
Toptional.
Toptional.
I like that.
Optional. Yeah.
Hey, Andrew Dice Clay had a poem about Nantucket, didn't he?
Yeah. Recite it for us.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he had a great nursery
rhyme,
too.
Little Miss Muffet, right?
Yeah,
just tough it.
He never cussed, did he?
No, he was so clean. Yeah.
Hickory dickory dock.
Keep going. Okay, Walter Orthman. He's from Brazil. He's been working at the same company. What would be a long stretch?
Let's see. We did 12 years together at Jocks.
80 years combined, though. I mean,
I did 23 at Jocks.
Yeah, I think I was
15.
I think I hit the 20-year mark at Jocks.
So
I was 17.
15 at Jocks. I think I was 11 at CBS 42.
Now that
I think I was about 11 at 13.
Now that Rockstar showed me the gentleman's picture, I was going to say 40 years at a company. It was a great run.
He has been at the same company for 84 years and 9 days.
84 years?
Yes, this was verified on January 6th of this year. His passion, discipline, and commitment motivated him to keep doing what he loves and eventually became an official Guinness World Record title holder for the longest career in the same company.
But look, if you at 22, if you graduate in college and you start working for the same company at 22, then you retire at 65. That's only 43 years.
Yeah, I'm going to get there.
We got the math.
January 17th of 1938.
That's insanity.
Walter Orthman started work as a shipping assistant when he was 15 years old at the textile company. Now, rain or shine, mud or frost, propelled by his tenacity, Walter would walk barefoot to school to study and then practice at home. He was an exceptional student with a brilliant memory and attention to detail. However, due to financial problems at home, he began to work to help his family, went to the weaving mill with his mom to apply for a job, and because of his strong proficiency in German, he was hired. He has worked at the same company ever since.
So, I mean, well, you're crumbling up the story, so I guess the answer is no. I was just curious. I mean, he's obviously moved up in the ranks. Just wonder how high up in the company he is.
Well, it also could be a thing where he comes in for half a day on Friday.
This is an honorary deal now.
He just walks in and shakes a hand and goes back home.
If you would have shown me that picture, I would have said either Bill Snyder or Willie from Alf.
Willie from Alf.
Willie from Alf is spot on. Yeah, old Willie. He's a nice looking man, though, is he? Looks like he'd be very kind.
Yeah, unless it's a very sad story and they're like, I don't know who it is. I know I just started working here, but that guy is back again. He says he worked here.
That one guy that's been waiting on that position for 56 years, like he's got to retire.
Dude, how much is
this? Is it, Glorious?
Yeah.
How much has the vending machine changed in 83 years?
Yeah.
That old man's at my desk again.
Weird story here. A couple who quit their jobs during lockdown claim they now earn up to $10,000 per month dressing up as Tarzan and Jane on OnlyFans.
Joel, I got a picture.
Okay, you've got
to. Do you think they're good looking?
Oh,
or
they've
not?
got to be good looking. Tarzan and Jane. I mean, they're fit.
Do you think it's authentic Tarzan and Jane?
Oh, it's got to be.
I think it's authentic, so they're not good looking.
Now these are people. Say what? $10,000 a month.
$10,000 a month.
So Terry Martin with an I, 29, joined the X-rated platform. Oh my God.
One question: which one's Tarzan?
Jane, leave now, please.
Oh no!
Oh my word!
Oh no!
I didn't know Jane wore a scrunchie on her wrist.
Tarzan's got a little Marty Smith in him. Now, Terry Martin, 29, joined the X-rated platform after quitting as an shop assistant in a bid to make some more money. Husband Michael soon joined her after feeling jealous of his wife's antics before realizing they could make more cash together. Now, the pair, who live in Bristol, now pose for risque pictures together, dressed up in various costumes, including neon underwear and these Tarzan outfits you see. Now, the couple, who share a son together, has told how Yorkshire swingers are, quote, the most popular customer base for them.
Oh, they're legitimately swingers. It's Tarzan and Jane.
I get it.
Known as T and Meeks on OnlyFans, they charge $13 per person per month and $125 for a year's subscription. What a value.
So
that's the content you're getting. That's pretty good.
I was about to say, I hate to ask what exactly the content is. I mean, they just act like Tarzan and Jane. Do we have any...
You want me to subscribe?
No.
They swing on a vine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they put it as the X-rated platform. So
yeah.
Rockstar, we had your family awarded $5 million for the golf ball damage already. So I'll get to some crazy ideas. Crazy ideas here, fellas.
All right, go. Okay.
In addition to product reviews, Amazon should post the % of orders that get returned for particular products.
So it's almost like a Rotten Tomatoes for products?
Yeah, like if you order
this
one of
has
these,
been returned 38% of the time.
Yeah, if you order one of those infomercial, like weighted blankets, and it continues to get sent back.
That's a good point.
Here's another crazy idea. A game of poker, but everyone is hooked up to a heart rate monitor being displayed on their forehead.
What would Dunaway's heart rate look like? I got aces.
I've got aces.
Damn.
Another crazy idea, an app for your phone camera that watches your lovemaking and suggests improvements.
Oh, my.
It's still printing, honey.
You think Tarzan and Jane would need it there?
My sort of phone eye in the sky, right?
My phone says find a new husband.
And our final crazy idea, if performance-enhancing drugs are banned from the Olympics, then breast implants should be banned from acting.
You're getting a head start. Okay.
Seems extreme.
Yeah. Let's tap the brakes there. Yeah. That's it. That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Day baseball today. Little Angels and Red Sox going at 12:35 on the Major League Baseball Network. Ohtani's supposed to get the start today for the Angels there. The Braves win last night. They are not in action today. They come back home. Travel day, get Milwaukee tomorrow over in the ATL. When we come back, we continue our college football discussion. But it's all you and us the rest of the way right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
USFL back in action tomorrow night, 9 o'clock local kick down at Protective Stadium on FS1 for Philadelphia and Michigan. So if you want to go out on the town, have dinner, enjoy the club, and then go to the 9 Central kick at Protective Stadium, you can.
Who are the two teams?
Philadelphia and Michigan.
That's 2 Eastern time zone teams. So you're going to kick a game at 10 Eastern?
Yeah, they're filling a FS1 television slot, I'm sure. It's after baseball or something.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is a TV product that we're doing.
Yes,
Clearly, anybody
that's
I've talked to a couple of people that have wagered on these games, but it's not like mainstream. It's like you can't really get these odds a lot of different places. Yeah, it's really selective. I was going to, anybody DraftKings?
That's what I was about to say. I have killed DraftKings so far.
Have you really?
Yeah. I mean, every week I've won something in USFL. Now I'm going to say it and jinx myself.
Well, yeah.
But I've turned the $20 I put in there. I've got just now loaded up a couple of baseball. I've got $213 in my account now from 20, and most of that is thanks to USFL.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Because you rode Tiamu that first week, but who you been playing? I mean, who's your big key?
I rode Tiamu this past week, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 250 yards, 55 yards touchdown. Been big on the Birmingham Stallions defense. They've been turning them over.
We need to get back our baseball nightly league.
We do. I just got a little something on these 2 afternoon games.
Okay.
That are going right now at DraftKings, all legally, of course. This is not gambling. This is me betting money on fantasy. Well, I mean, God forbid I'd be able to take the Angels minus 110. And put $5 on it, but I put $5 on a fantasy lineup.
It really makes no sense.
The rules we have here.
I know.
Part of our show being brought to you by friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. As I said, right there on 119 in Alabaster. It is open for lunch. Swing by there and try out all the wonderful food they've got today. Your home for brews, blues, and bird. It is champyschicken.com. Check out their website and check out that menu. Brown's got the college football national championship sites dialed in for us, so we're not projecting in the wrong area.
Yeah, so if you missed the story earlier, Brett McMurphy reports today for the Action Network that the game originally scheduled for 2025, it would be after the 2024 season, though, in Las Vegas, is in jeopardy now because of the Consumer Electronics Show. It is going to go to Atlanta if Vegas cannot pull this off. And McMurphy is reporting that officials in Atlanta are currently negotiating to have them replace it. So here's what your next 4 sites are. At the end of this year, the 2022 National Championship game in L.A., the 2023 National Championship game, now that's the season, in Houston, one I'm not looking forward to, by the way. That would mean the 2024 National Championship game is in Atlanta, and then the 2025 is the only other one scheduled in Miami. If Atlanta gets that, it'll be Vegas or Atlanta. So your next 4 sites, L.A., Houston, potentially Atlanta, and Miami.
Well, it seems like if that's an annual convention in Las Vegas, unless we kick the football season deeper, we'll never play it in Vegas because unless they're going to move that electronic show.
Which they probably won't if it's big enough to shut down Vegas, or if you expand the playoffs and the game goes later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, unless they push it.
I don't know why it would be a big deal to move the electronic show. I mean, all those people are still going to – I mean, what's the difference in a week?
Well, probably easier to move the college football playoffs.
Yeah, I think the electronic show probably says, this has been our week forever, and we fill up every hotel room you got. We ain't moving. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason.
But I'm just saying, if you were in electronics, would it matter if you went the second week of January or the third week of January?
No, but I'm not in electronics, so I may not understand why that would matter.
If I'm meeting,
I mean, my example would be like if you go to the beach for a week during the summer with your family, do you really care what week you go?
It does not.
The same thing as, do they have to have the Iron Bowl Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes.
Because we got the same thing. We always have it on that Thanksgiving weekend, but we need the stadium that day.
The electronic people are saying the same thing. Can't they move the football game?
I fixed his glasses.
Where are your glasses?
No, we've actually got them. You didn't have to do a fake prop here.
Can't they move the football game?
There you go.
Do it again. Can't they move the football game?
Do
they play this game every year?
I'm not good at impersonation.
Have you gotten invited back to the theater group?
I have not. No. Why?
Jimmy Thespian?
Yeah.
You mean after I performed this year?
When you did The Odd Couple?
No.
Really? Was that acting?
Critically acclaimed, but no, not at all. Brian Kelly is out there acting like LSU's coach right now because he really is. He's doing their tour around the state
he's
of
sweating, isn't he?
Well, he's either eating hot food or it's hot down in Louisiana, something he's not used to. KTBS caught up with him as he's going on their LSU coaches tour, much like Auburn and Alabama has done over the years. Auburn's still out doing their ambush right now. Brian Kelly had a answered a question about NIL, how he's attacking it at LSU.
If we can help a young man with transportation for his family to the game, or getting around during the week. Remember, they're getting educational grant money now. They're getting cost of attendance. They're in a much better place than they have been at any time. So if they can add a little bit more to that through name, image, and likeness, and understand that that's short money, and that the real big money, like Stingley, for example, and you focus on that, then they're going to be in a really good position.
Yeah, so he is sort of taking the Deion Sanders approach. Quick money is the NIL money in college, but don't get satisfied with that your real money comes in the NFL, the National Football League, like Derek Stingley Jr., who, by the way, he went to a guy that did not end up playing a lot of LSU football down the stretch.
That's a good point. I do think a lot of these coaches are probably nervous about how they answer these questions.
100%. They're not enough to make you sweat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that's Lance. One of the reasons he's sweating is like one misstep in this area will kill you in recruiting.
Yep. Especially in a place like the SEC. Dabo's been painted one way because of his belief, the way he talks about it. And, it's open for business at a lot of places.
Like Jimbo Fisher's probably painted a different way. And I don't think that doesn't come up in recruiting when you're down head-to-head with that other school for a player.
Yeah. Anthony wants to know, what is the line on the SEC baseball game tonight? If you're looking at number 1 Tennessee at Kentucky, Kentucky's not what that used to be. But if I asked you Tennessee to win the national championship or not, you would still take the field, right?
I'd take the field, yeah.
As the Shepherd said yesterday when Clay brought that up, or Tuesday when Clay brought that up, it's not as if Tennessee never craps the bed during the postseason.
In any sport.
In any sport. He's absolutely right about that. So, I mean, they're far from a lock to win the national championship.
Allegiant FC last night, 1-1 draw with Miami down there at Protective Stadium, a 1-1 draw there. Quick question for you guys, big picture. This is from Wall Street Journal. In March, in America, employers posted 11.5 million jobs. At the same time, 4.5 million Americans quit their job. What is happening in our country right now?
So that's not retirement, that's just quitting their job?
Employers posted 11.5 million jobs in March, while 4.5 million Americans quit their jobs in March. That was both records.
I don't know what's going on. I talked to somebody that is hiring a few employees right now. I talked to him a couple of days ago, and he said, man, I can't. It's so frustrating because they've got all the leverage. Like, employees want more money. They don't want to come in. They want to work remotely. And if you won't give them what they want, they'll find somebody else that will.
Yeah, I was at a lunch the other day with some people that have to make personnel decisions in their company, and they said when we're hiring younger people, the biggest negotiating blockade is work from home. Like, all of them want to work from home, and we're trying to phase people back in.
That scares me to death.
I know, and he said, and it's not just that we want to have our thumb on them. He's like, I've got older employees that are retiring that need to teach these guys the ropes a little bit, right? And he goes, they never have this face-to-face. Everything's over Zoom or text or email.
Well, I read an article the other day. I was telling these guys that a poll of a bunch of college graduates, the average college graduate thinks they should make it their first job after college.
What they think they should make?
Yeah, $100,000.
$103,000.
Are you kidding me?
That's what I expect to make in my first job out of college.
Yeah.
I remember the first day at WJOX that I realized I was going to make six figures. Oh, no, I'm serious. I mean, I had been working in this industry quite a while.
My first job out of college was at WBMG. It was CBS 42 before they called it that. $13,000 a year. And I loved it. I had money in my pocket.
Yep. My first full-time job, I think I was $32,000 a year.
Jocks, $18,000 a year my first year.
Jocks, $10,000 a year.
Yeah.
And I've told this story at banquets before, but $13,000 is what I was making at 42. I was covering Auburn and Kentucky in Lexington, Kentucky for 42, and I was just out of college. So I'm up there, and I go to eat dinner with Matt Coulter and Scott Griffin, who worked at 13, and they're like, hey, the NBC station up here is hiring. They saw your live shot earlier. They want to hire you. So I end up going to interview a couple of weeks later, and I didn't want the job. I didn't let them fly me up. I drove up. I got up. I was the biggest asshole because I didn't want the job. I didn't want to move to Lexington. And despite me trying not to get the job, they take me back to meet the owner of the company and the boss. And they offered me the job and said, how much would it take for you to come work here? I was making $13,000. I said, if you could pay me $48,000, I'll come. And they said, okay, done. Start in 2 weeks.
I wonder how much you could have asked for.
6 hours going, what an idiot. I cried on the way home.
What could I have
Why did I ask for $48,000?
What was the name of the boss?
My Alan Cutler was my
we heard a story
director.
about that last night, didn't we, Rocky? You'll get it here in a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, I will?
Yeah.
All right. Top of the... Really?
Yeah.
Is it coming up at 4 Downs?
No, it's not coming up at 4 Downs.
Is it coming up on the air?
It's
on
coming
the
up at
show?
the 12 o'clock hour.
12 o'clock hour. Oh,
yeah, I don't know
really?
if it'll come up in the show or not.
Oh, come on. Let's do it in the show.
Yeah. It's a good story. There are several stories I could tell. All right, so we approach the top of the hour here. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's, where you got this story last night, I guess.
Let me give you the trivia question last night. What came first, Ryan Gosling or the Nissan Pathfinder?
That's got to be the Pathfinder.
Both have great bodies.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, great chassis.
Chassis.
I like the bumper
I
on
like
the
to
Pathfinder.
change the tire on both.
Which one do you like the hoses and belts on? I will say the Pathfinder came first.
Dunaway?
I'm gonna say Ryan Gosling came first.
Ryan Gosling, 1980. The Nissan Pathfinder, 1985. This is some of the knowledge that you will gain if you go to Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. We're there. Me, Rocky, Will Haver. It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Great food. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio to enjoy this spring weather with ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie Stavron.
All right, Rockstar's got our 4 downs coming up in the final hour. Stay with us right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie. And I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show today. Rockstar's got our 4 downs that we'll get to coming up at around 12:20. Already on the show today, Buster Olney has been with us. You can go back and hear that podcasted at nextroundlive.com, or you can see it on the YouTube channel as well. Remember, when you're on our YouTube channel or any of our platforms, where appropriate, to hit that like button, subscribe, and follow along with us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, all with you. Schedule coming out for the NFL 1 week from tonight. Other headlines we'll get into that are brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, Mother's Day this weekend, not too late to call our friends at Bromberg's right now.
And right now, going on the Big Diamond Sale through May 7th. Shop incredible savings and the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. It is the Big Diamond Sale at Bromberg's. You don't want to miss this. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They've got a multi-million-dollar inventory on hand of gorgeous loose diamonds and fabulous diamond jewelry at the best prices of the year, along with a vast collection of loose diamonds, those meticulously selected diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry will be on sale. Prices 5 to 50% off. Nothing like giving or getting. That silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. The Big Diamond Sale is underway right now. Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, brombergs.com.
Hey, you're about to see Angels Red Sox on the Major League Baseball Network this afternoon, but at 2:10 Central Time, or later this afternoon whenever you get home. If you want to, where you're watching us, if you're watching on YouTube, you can watch Washington and Colorado from Denver free on YouTube today as they continue to expand ways you can watch Major League Baseball. A couple of games tonight, Mets and Phillies, and the Cardinals in San Francisco out on the coast on a triple header day on the Major League Baseball Network. Braves win yesterday. They're off today. They're back at home in Atlanta against Milwaukee tomorrow. In the NBA, 2 games last night. Miami beat Philadelphia. Phoenix beat Dallas. Both Miami and Phoenix lead their series 2-0. 0 NBA games tonight. No playoff games tonight. A bunch more hockey. Couple of good baseball and softball games. Number 1 Tennessee at Kentucky in SEC baseball tonight. Number 7 Oklahoma State playing number 1 Oklahoma in softball. That's on ESPN at 7 o'clock tonight. Rockstar, give me cut 1. Steve Sarkisian. I want to get to something I heard. It was actually an interview with Keyshawn and Feinbaum where I heard this comment come from.
Whoa. Keyshawn and Feinbaum were doing a show together?
Feinbaum was on Keyshawn's show on ESPN Radio. So I saw the clip from this, and and it was about this guy right here, Steve Sarkisian. This is from the Longhorn Network back during Texas's spring game in Austin. And this is what Sark had to say about this Texas Longhorn team.
What's the number one thing you felt like you've accomplished to this point in spring practice?
Well, I think we're just a closer football team. I'll be honest with you, though. Like, from winter conditioning through spring practice, where we're at as a team, collectively playing as one, about the team first mentality, I think has been such a difference from where we were a year ago. Now, obviously, staff continuity, schematically, development of players, all those things have progressed to make that happen. But where we are just as a football team, the culture, what we're about today, as opposed to a year ago this time, it's not even close.
Okay, that's Sark there back on Texas game days. You can see that on the Longhorn Network at their spring game. Coming off a non-bowl year, trying to move that program forward. I write today at the morning rounds about how Urban Meyer is going to be a shadow over college football for the next 5 years. Do you agree or disagree that his shadow will be out there? I don't know if he gets another job or not, but he will be talked about as a possibility for jobs over the next 5 years or so. You agree or disagree? You seem like you were going to go down the disagree category.
He has damaged goods now. I mean, he's not the same Urban Meyer that, the worst thing he did was have a real or fake heart issue that got him out of Florida when things started to turn. Or the guy that said, I got to give up coaching to spend time with my family, and then he's right back in at Ohio State. Those are the things he used to get shot at for.
Is he damaged good because of the video with the girl or by the performance he had with the Jaguars?
And the way the Jaguars thing ended and some of the reports about him there. I mean, I just think he's probably image-wise at the lowest part of his career right now.
Yeah, maybe. I think people would quickly get over the video.
Yeah. You look past that stuff to get Urban Meyer.
Yeah, but Steve Spurrier was a disaster with the Washington Redskins.
But nobody ever claimed he didn't know defensive players' names. Nobody ever claimed the locker room was what it was.
If you go back, though, they did say he just wanted to bring in the Florida Gators and knew his offense and blah, 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 blah. There were some negative things. Not as bad, but
not as bad as Urban Meyer.
But to answer your question, I think that shadow will be out there for years. I really do.
Okay, so Keyshawn and Feinbaum were talking on ESPN Radio earlier this week, and Feinbaum was making a point about Urban being damaged good, and he was like, Keyshawn, what kind of job do you think Urban Meyer would get in college athletics? And Keyshawn says, well, Sark's not doing a good job in Texas. If he does that again this year and they fire him, you don't think Urban Meyer in the next 2 years name would pop up at Texas? Now, you look at what Urban Meyer has done in college. 2 times he's won the national championship at Florida, 1 time at Ohio State, right? 3 national champions. I mean, there's nobody with that resume out there. And you start looking at guys to replace at Texas. Let's say Chip Kelly doesn't get it done at UCLA.
I don't think he'd take that job.
He didn't get the USC job, but there's UCLA.
Why do you not think he would take that one?
Well, because he would have taken he had the opportunity for the last couple of years to take USC, and he never took that.
Yep.
I think Texas he would take.
Now to your point, Brown, he's about to return to college football on Fox, the pregame to the big noon kickoff.
Which I did not think he was very good at.
I thought he was really good at it. So and that show has gotten better and better and better. But I was reading in the New York Post that he's getting the job in spite of, quote, internal opposition.
From whom?
From inside Fox.
Well, I know that, but do you think it's...
It didn't say the names, just called it internal opposition. So I thought to myself, if he's getting internal opposition to return to Fox's pregame show, what kind of internal opposition is there going to be in college athletics, like at Texas or somewhere? I don't know what the internal opposition is.
Yeah, because there would be a difference you would give me if it's internal opposition of forward-facing people, the people on the desk that everybody sees. Like, they just didn't like working with Urban Meyer, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush.
Which didn't seem the case. It seemed like those guys wanted him to be the coach at USC.
Right. The way I imagine internal opposition being is that the behind-the-scenes people are like, this guy's a creep.
Yeah, or jerk.
Or whatever. And you're right. If that's the type of opposition you're getting, you're going to hear some of that in athletics departments. But I'll go back to what Lance said. If the guy can win football games, you get past that. I mean, there are a lot of jerks that are head football coaches in college football.
Well, and specifically back to Texas. Texas is going to get this right one day.
I guess
we keep thinking that, don't we?
At some point, you're going into the SEC, and Sark is having to answer SEC. But Sark's in a weird position, right? Because he's out, much like I showed you Brian Kelly. Sark's out now meeting with boosters. And what do boosters want to talk about? They want to talk about, man, we're going to the SEC. We're going to the SEC. Meanwhile, Sark has to coach in the Big 12 right now.
That's right. He's going to win games there.
He's got to be a Big 12 guy right now. He can't really look ahead to the SEC yet.
No. Or he's not going to be the coach when they go to the SEC.
That's right.
No. It's look, he is building for the future, but it is about the now, the moment in time. And he struggled with a Big 12 schedule last year, losing 5 consecutive games to end at 5-7. I don't know how much better this team's going to be. I expect Texas to be better, but I don't think it's a double-digit win team.
So if I asked you, Urban Meyer ever coaches again in college?
I would say yes.
I would say no. I just think it's going to take a primo job to get him to coach. Like, you brought up Utah the other day. I can't even remember who was speculating that Whittingham would retire. And
It's very much message board stuff.
Yeah, very speculative.
And Josh Pate, late
That's
kicker
right.
Josh,
Yeah.
was asked that question in his forum.
Like, I don't think he'd go back to Utah. I just don't think it's high profile enough. I think Urban Meyer,
even though it's a bigger job than when he was there, Pac-12
it's
job,
still not high profile enough. Like, I think there's only a handful of jobs he would take. Like, if Marcus Freeman doesn't work out at Notre Dame, I might see that one. Urban Meyer's always been linked to that. I guess he's Catholic.
I think Urban's Catholic. You could see Texas, right?
Yeah, I could see Texas.
My goodness, if he's got internal opposition at Fox, the network,
I know
he can go back to Notre Dame.
I'm saying jobs he would take. I'm not necessarily saying places that would hire him.
Yeah,
but jobs that I think if they were interested in Urban Meyer would be interested in them. I think Notre Dame is obviously one of them. I mean, not that I ever think this would happen, but if Nick Saban retired and Alabama wanted Urban Meyer, he'd be an idiot not to do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there are, Texas, I think, is one of them. I would say Texas A&M. Like, if for some reason it didn't work out for Jimbo, the kind of money they've got, and everybody seems to think somebody can unlock Texas A&M. Nobody's ever done it, but nobody had ever unlocked LSU either until Nick Saban got there. And now, look, you can have Les Miles and Ed Orgeron win national championships now that it's unlocked. So I think everybody thinks somebody's going to unlock Texas A&M. What if I'm that guy, right? That's why A&M, even if Jimbo doesn't work, it will constantly be appealing to these coaches because every coach looks at that and says, I can unlock it. I don't know what hasn't been unlocked there, but I'll do it.
Texas hotbed, all that money, all those facilities.
It's got everything you could ever want. Yeah. I just don't know. They're obviously able to recruit there. Jimbo Fisher just did it. Right? I mean, so what do you not have at A&M?
Yeah, I do agree. There's probably only 4 or 5 jobs he would take.
I guess USC's one of them, but I just don't see that one coming open in a time that Urban would still coach there. Lincoln Riley is going to be there for a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. His jobs are probably down. I mean, UCLA is still a Pac-12 job in Los Angeles. It's not USC, but it's still but
Texas, it would be low end of what he would take.
Texas, Notre Dame,
Alabama, Georgia. I mean, these are not likely to come open, obviously. I think LSU, like if Brian Kelly didn't work out. I mean, there's some jobs I think Urban Meyer would say, absolutely, I'll take that
Jeremy
job.
wants to know, what about Florida State?
I think the tie with Florida would be too much.
Rick Pitino went Kentucky to Louisville.
He did.
I mean, Florida State's desperate.
I was about to say there's a big difference between Rick and Urban, but I've seen Urban's video. I don't know.
I would tell you, though, if I'm a Florida State fan, I would take it.
I would too. I just don't know. Boy, Florida State has fallen off a lot.
Yeah,
but you could look at Florida State right now, though, Jim. I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. If you were a coach looking at Florida State, wouldn't you say there's really only one way to go there? I don't think I can get it much worse.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the people who came before me there. I mean, Bobby Bowden's a lifetime ago now in football.
Yeah.
Jimbo Fisher's a lifetime ago.
I think I can only go up. I think I can only go up from where that program is right now.
You're not following Bobby Bowden and Jimbo Fisher anymore at Florida State. It's fallen so far off. Just like there are no ghosts left in the closets in Tallahassee or in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Just interesting jobs that could come open that maybe Urban Meyer's shadow will be out there. I don't know if he ever coaches again or not. It'll be fun to watch over the next 5 years. Okay, here's what we're going to do for the rest of the show. When we come back, Rockstar's got 4 downs. At 12:35, I'm going to call out some teams, and you tell me if you think they're top 25 teams or not. Our friend Brad Crawford at 24/7 Sports has done his best to project what he thinks the AP top 25 poll is going to look like when it comes out on August the 11th. A few more months away. But There are some teams he has in there that I don't think are top 25 teams. Some he doesn't have in there that I do think are top 25 teams. So we'll talk a little preseason top 25 later in the show as well. But Rockstar is coming up, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the next round.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle of Redmont or Vulcan Gin today.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa. So that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Still waiting on commitments from Ricky Purcell, Jerry, right? Jerry Bohannon.
Well, that's going to plague you forever. I hope he's a star in the NFL.
And Jordan Addison. Waiting to see where those guys end up. Texas, by the way, reports yesterday, they're still in on Jordan Addison.
Well, boy, if they got Addison with Bijan and then Xavier Worthy.
And if Ajay Hall and Jaleel Billingsley find their potential.
Yeah, you got no excuse offensively.
That's pretty good offense right there.
Every day we do 4 downs. Rockstar has it every Thursday. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Take a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, stop by one of those 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What fictional character would you like to have dinner with?
I'll go Bunny Lebowski.
This is dinner, by the way. And what are you going to talk to Bunny Lebowski about?
Hey,
dinner?
Bunny! We're gonna do some shots of tequila at dinner.
Is he going to talk like this?
That was a good Tara Reid, though.
Yeah, you're getting her today, though. By the way.
Oh, so you didn't say that.
Oh yeah, you didn't clarify that.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm like, okay. Make your own rules, like a fictional character.
Like I was going to go Ty Webb.
Oh, how about that? They don't age. Okay, they don't age.
Okay.
You're in their prime. You're having dinner with them.
I was going to go Ty Webb, but I think Al Cervix would wear me out.
Yeah, Al Cervix would.
Yeah, Ty Webb was fun, though, wasn't he?
Ty Webb was fun. I would rather, what was Lacey's name?
Lacey Underalls.
Yeah.
That was Judge Smell's niece, right?
It was, yeah.
She liked the water slides and baby
She
oil.
did, yep.
She liked a lot.
And Ty Webb didn't quite have the bar set up well, so he had to mix a few drinks.
Daisy Duke in her prime would have been nice.
Oh, that'd been good. Catherine Bach.
Yeah.
Getting you right, I don't know what the conversation is going to be.
Yeah.
Now, I'm watching every Bond movie. I think James Bond would be an interesting person to hang out with, have dinner, and maybe go gamble a little bit, spend a roulette wheel.
You're going to see him walk off with all the women.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is there a chance I could get some of the
Shrapnel.
extras?
Shrapnel.
Yeah, get his scraps.
Which Bond would you want to eat with?
I've only seen the first 2 Bonds, so
Sean Connery.
So
probably Sean Connery.
Yeah, that's where you are right now.
I'm a Daniel Craig guy.
Yeah.
Or Timothy Dalton.
You know, I always like Pierce Brosnan. I think people kill him for that role.
You know,
but I
I've
always
never
thought
seen any of those movies, the Pierce Brosnan
You
Bonds.
like Pierce Brosnan, check out The Matador with Greg Kinnear.
I'll do
It's
that.
really good.
Because you know where I really like him is Thomas Crown Affair. He's really good in that.
Yeah.
Remington Steele.
Second down.
With the loss of Betty White, who is now America's token old person?
Joe Biden.
I was thinking Joe Biden, too.
It is Joe Biden. That is our token old
Well,
person.
but I think about what nobody disliked Betty White. I think
Yeah,
people.
there just became this huge
Yeah.
following for Betty White support.
There's a large portion of society that if they don't dislike Joe Biden, they dislike a lot of things he does.
Yeah, but
so
if
you
you-
got to find somebody that's universally liked.
But honestly, if you had I need the picture of old America right now, people would say Commander-in-Chief.
Yeah.
But to the Betty White theme, it's Dolly Parton. Dolly
think
Parton
so.
is universally beloved.
She's
now.
only 76.
Yeah,
though. I mean, Betty White was. I mean, she was chomping 100 for 10 years.
Well, she was.
That's actually impossible.
She was.
Well, it seemed like it though. I mean,
She was going to be the 100-year-old birthday thing was before she died, and people released the
before her
magazine cover.
It was George Burns.
Uh-huh.
Because he was always living right around 100. Then it was Betty White. I don't think we've got one right now.
Morgan
I think we
Freeman's
do.
been old for forever.
I think we do, but I was thinking Dolly Parton, but I thought what Lance said is I don't know that she's old enough to fit into this category yet. But she's beloved. I don't think anybody dislikes Dolly Parton. You may not like her music, but you can't dislike Dolly. I was thinking William Shatner. He's 91.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He just doesn't look old, though.
He really does it.
Yeah, but I start
Very
worrying.
stingy about product endorsement.
When's the last time you've seen him, though? I mean,
yeah,
you've seen
one of
him
these
recently?
infomercials.
He went,
Shatner?
he went to space earlier this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last time I saw him live, it was one of these roast. He was really bloated, but
He's continues to be bloated.
yeah.
Third down.
What is the most unprofessional thing a doctor has said to you?
I can't make this up, but this was about 20 years ago.
Right.
And this was like 3 internists ago for me.
Okay.
And I was having some kind of random chest pains. And so I went in and got a series of tests done. And so he calls me the day after, and he says, "Are you sitting down?"
Oh, my gosh. That's how he starts it?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, fella.
And then he said, "Hey, I'm just kidding, man.
No, he didn't.
Everything's clear." I swear to God.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
I mean, that feeling. I was like, oh, my God. I don't know what's coming next. Oh, I'm just kidding with you, man.
Anyway, what's the lock to that?
That is horrible.
That was it for us.
Yeah, so that was the last time you ever
That
saw
was
that.
it, yeah.
Mine is a dentist. Can I do a dentist?
Sure.
Not Stone Creek Dental. They're fantastic. This was a dentist.
Stu, you're a dentist, not a doctor.
I think he was 3 dentists to go for me. I had a bump inside my mouth, and he was like, "Anything else bothering you?" I was like, "Man, I got this bump inside my mouth." I guess it's only been here a couple of days. He goes, "It could just be a case of herpes." I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're just gonna say that?" I mean, maybe it's a lie bump. I don't know. Maybe let's assume that one before you think I got herpes.
Well, I mean, a fever blister
I
is
get
herpes.
that, but it just seemed like we took a leap there.
Yeah, I
and-
thought the herpes was on the lip, not on the tongue.
No, it wasn't on the tongue. It was on the inside of the mouth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think it just can come up anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it was so unprofessional.
Not that I want to be painted as a herpes expert on the show.
Jim, tell me more. But I mean, and he was so casual about it. It was just like, it's probably just a case of herpes. Anyway, I've wrapped up over here, and I'm just like, I don't think you would just say that and move on.
I think we picture herpes one way.
Well, I
in
do.
the medical profession,
Yeah.
it's a bigger category than we picture.
I'm
it.
sure it is. So maybe explain that to me. That's what made it unprofessional.
Well, I had a little bit of an issue of this tattoo. It got a bit of a staph infection, and so it was in so much pain. I had pimples forming on it, so I went to a doc in the box, and he had me lay down. It's this old man who had these huge nose hairs coming out, and he told me to lay down. Now this is my arm. Remember, he is rubbing my belly and like feeling my abdomen. And he goes, "Have you had any homosexual activity in the past 2 weeks?"
He asked you that just point blank.
Yeah, and I said no. And he's like, "All right." And I'm like, "But again, it's the tattoo. It's really acting up." And he said, "Did you say you were homosexual?" I'm sorry, I forgot. And I was like,
He asked you twice?
Yeah, two different times. I'm going, if I was, why does it matter?
Yeah.
But that's when like
Was door closed?
But that's when he's like, "You should be really careful with tattoos." And he said, "You need to take some kind of antibiotic." And I was like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yeah, that is bizarre, man.
I don't have one, so I pass.
Damn. The Rockstars is good.
I know.
That's better than
Fourth
one that
down.
made me think I was dying.
What are some popular smells you absolutely cannot stand? Mine are buffalo wings.
Oh, buffalo wings? You
Yeah,
don't like those?
wing dip. That just kills me.
Mint. I don't like mint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't love cinnamon. I can't even say the word cinnamon. I don't like.
Well, you're
cinnamon.
the one that hates the new car smell.
I don't like the new car smell.
I love a new
Dunaway
car
doesn't
smell.
like it.
I like the new car
I don't
smell.
either. I like to get worn in a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
I like a good new car smell. There's something in hand lotion that has a very hemp smell to me, and maybe hemp. I don't know.
There is some kind of lotion Maggie uses sometimes that I can't. It makes me instantly sniffly. I don't know what it is.
There's
maybe
numerous.
lavender.
There's numerous. I don't know what it is, but there's something like if you rub some lotion on your hands and I'll smell it. It's got a real earthy smell to it, and it absolutely sticks with me. I cannot get rid of it.
I like a neutral
It's
aromatic environment.
Yeah.
Do you notice the
likes a neutral aromatic
the majority of Mexican beers have a skunk smell to them?
They do, yes.
Almost like a really good weed smell.
Do you guys remember the skunk beer Lance drank coming back from that place that one time? Where were we coming back from?
We were coming back from the Selma Quarterback
Selma
Club.
Quarterback Club.
And when
Yeah.
I popped that beer.
Lance popped the beer and
We had
it
to roll
was,
the windows down.
God, it was awful.
Well, that's what you get when you get an imported beer at the gas station at 11 o'clock in outskirts of Selma.
In a place that doesn't buy a lot of imported beer. Yes.
Brown lowered the windows for all of us while he was driving 75 on
Yeah,
somebody's
speaking
bumper.
of Mach 3.
Yeah. That was the Millennium Falcon night.
But your skunk beer, man, had me throw it off. That stuff was awful. There was one more smell I was going to... Oh, there's something... I don't know how to describe this. I don't know what element it would be. But some people have a deodorant... Not a deodorant, but a perfume or a cologne that's got a spice smell to it. Not Old Spice, but I just can't describe it.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, the minute I smell it, it triggers a migraine for me.
Wow. Don't get this wrong. I don't like smelling farts.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to get it wrong.
but they never make me throw up. But somebody burping beside of me can make me throw up. Like I cannot stand people burp and you smell somebody's burp. Does that ever happen to anybody?
Oh yeah, that's bad.
I can't decide whether or not I like the smell of leather. Like the old baseball glove, I liked it.
Leather. Yeah,
but I don't know.
Like
Rockstar's doctor did.
Seriously. Let me ask one more time because you obviously hadn't satisfactorily answered my question. Have you had any homosexual activity?
You ever smelled a leather belt before?
There is a boot store in the Summit that just like when you open the door, the smell of leather knocks you over. And I like going in there just to smell it. I'm not going to buy anything in there. But if we're ever at the Summit, I'll just make a pass through just to smell the joint.
Just like your coffee, right?
Yeah.
Like the Briary. Get that tobacco smell.
The Briary? Negative.
Yeah. My granddad used to smoke a pipe.
Oh, my uncle
I loved how the
one,
pipe smelled.
I did too.
Smelled good.
I laugh at LT's brother smoking a pipe at age
Shane
16.
Taylor, 16.
He was 16 right?
Walking Brookwood Mall with a pipe. Sophisticated.
With the Wall Street Journal.
Hello, chaps.
I'm going to grow up and be a lawyer someday and drive a Tesla. Was that 4 downs already?
That was all 4 of them.
Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, locally owned and operated. Get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Kevin says, I love the new car smell. My daughter cannot stand it, though. I tell her she must belong to somebody else.
I do like it.
Why does Rockstar always have the weirdest story, says Brooks.
That's Rockstar.
I'm a weird dude.
Yep.
That's some interesting times.
Forster from the back row. Yellow squash. Smell of it makes me gag.
Really? Well, I like squash.
I like squash, too. I like squash casserole more, though.
I'll tell you, I like squash.
It's a texture thing.
Like if you put some vegetables in the oven with some olive oil and all that on it, squash is good in that. Like squash and asparagus and things like that.
All right. Rockstar, where's my list here?
We're going to get a cut, Rocky.
Yep. Here we go. A little audio for you. Cut number 5, Shane Beamer. Was on our friend Peter Burns' Sirius XM show earlier this week, 2 days ago, I believe. And he had a chance to answer this question about one thing he would change if he was in charge of college football. Here is the South Carolina head coach on our friend Sirius XM SEC.
I would love to see in either spring practice or in the month of August where we could actually scrimmage another college football team. We're the only sport at any level, high school, college, pro, any sport that doesn't get any kind of preseason scrimmage, exhibition game against another team before you go play for real, So I've been on that soapbox since I was an assistant coach at South Carolina back in 2007, 8, 9, and 10, and hasn't happened. Don't know if it ever will, but that's one thing that I would love to see.
Now, think about that. Sometimes I forget to take in the whole sports landscape. College football is the only sport. College basketball, you'll see UAB play Montevallo or Miles or somebody like that.
Even
in
Auburn
basketball.
going on these tours and playing over in Israel. And
in baseball, I guess they play exhibition games. I don't know.
What, in college baseball?
Yeah, they play winter games, fall games. But in college football, there's no exhibition games. Are you guys? I don't think I'm dying to see.
I'm not overly excited about it.
I'd rather see it in spring.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather see a spring game pitting 2 opponents against one another.
Yeah, I don't want to see preseason August.
Right. Yeah, the preseason is like there's a certain element of joy about that first Saturday of college football that is the first time I've seen anybody play.
Yeah, and I get the NFL because you've got to cut that roster down. Guys are fighting for positions.
But if they told you tomorrow we're never going to play another exhibition NFL game,
it wouldn't break my heart.
They're going to make the cuts like they do in college, and they're going to start the season when they started. It wouldn't change my world.
Nope,
it wouldn't change my world. I do enjoy those games being on in August leading up to football season. I do like having them on TV, but it wouldn't kill me.
I watch less and less of them every year.
There are fewer and fewer of them, for one thing. They're whittling them down.
But more and more of them are on TV, and I watch less and less of them.
Do you not watch the Hall of Fame game every year, though?
I watch it just to see the uniforms, and I get bored with it very quickly.
I get bored with it quickly, but I'm there for the start of it. I think I watched every play this year, though.
It's hard for me to watch my Buccaneers in exhibition play.
See, I like watching the Rams because I like to see some of these
rookies
that are coming in. Yeah.
Yep.
But I have no desire in August to have one exhibition game that Alabama, Auburn, and UAB is going to go play somebody. That's what those out-of-conference games are for. And I'm like you. It's that first matchup. And when Alabama and Florida State were going to play each other at Mercedes-Benz Stadium that year in the first major college football game in that stadium's history, and it was number 2 versus number 3, and we go over there. We had no idea what we were in store for, and for a brief moment, it looked like Florida State was going to be as good or better than Alabama. Then the injury happened. Alabama wins the game, and you feel that was really the last time Jimbo Fisher was checked in as the Florida State coach.
There's no doubt. And I'll tell you another thing that you get in college football, and you would get this in the NFL if they didn't play exhibition games, but it's bigger in college football, is seeing those freshmen for the first time. Like, I wouldn't want it. You know how exciting it is when a freshman comes in that you've heard a lot about, and he's right there in that first game, and it's still a close game. It's a meaningful playing time for him. I mean, I go back to, like, if you had an exhibition season, that Alabama-USC game, Jalen Hurts probably wins the job in exhibition season and in the exhibition game. Blake Barnett probably would have looked the same way.
Yeah, Sam Darnold probably wins the job for USC.
Yeah, no, it could change a lot of things.
Could have helped USC win that game.
Yeah.
Back row Forster says Vandy versus Thompson this year. Who you got? More 5-stars on the Thompson team than the Vandy team.
What was your signing class like this year at Thompson?
It was pretty good. But
did you have a good signing class?
Yeah. Of course. I mean, I think Thompson's part of the AAC if they can get enough money to buy their way out of the AHSAA.
Get out of 7A?
Yeah. Lunsford puts it Thompson minus 3.5 against Vandy this year. All right. When we come back, we'll get into Brad Crawford 24/7. He tries to project the top 25 teams when the Associated Press votes, a little popularity contest with the AP preseason rankings. It's almost magazine time coming up at the end of this month with the Lindy's and such hitting the newsstand as you head down to the Gulf Coast this summer to catch up on your college football. So Brad's trying to predict what the AP poll will look like in August. I'll call out a few teams before we get to it. You tell me preseason top 25 team or not. It's next on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online,
OneManInAToolbox.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Mortgage Right bringing you part of the show today, 114 days away from week 0 of the college football season. We're about to talk a little college football. Wherever you enjoy your football, make it a new home this year with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right are ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
AP voters, now keep that in mind, the media, spread out around the country. Preseason top 25 team or not, Brown, Kentucky.
Yes.
Yes.
Ole Miss.
Yes.
I'll lean yes.
Arkansas.
Yes.
Tennessee.
Yes.
Yes.
Boy.
We've got a lot of teams at the top.
I mean,
we got 25 of them, Jim. Keep going.
Obviously, Alabama and Georgia.
Yes, yes.
Okay. LSU?
Nope.
Florida?
I don't think so. Nope. No.
The media voting now.
Yep. Okay.
Auburn?
Nope.
Nope.
Mississippi State?
Nope.
No.
Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. They're
South
top 10.
Carolina?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Brad Crawford tries to project what the Associated Press voters will do a little bit later on. Our buddy Phil Steele does it too when his magazine comes out. Oklahoma State at 25 is what Brad says. Seems low.
Yeah, I thought they'd be higher. I mean, just in the Big 12 championship game.
I think some people will have them in the top 15.
Iowa 24, Ole Miss 23.
Iowa's about right.
Yep. I think Ole Miss they're a puzzling team. I think a lot of people trust Lane Kiffin can get them back to 10 wins. I don't think they're that kind of team, but I do think they're an 8-win team, which would have you at the bottom of the top 25.
Arkansas 22.
That's about right.
So you got that in there. Houston Cougars 21.
Too low.
Too low. Better team than that.
Team that won 12 games last year. They've got everyone coming back. You know,
could be the New Year's Six representative for the group of 5.
They are your favorite to be the New Year's Six.
Tennessee at 20. Too high?
I think it may be a touch low, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Tennessee can be better than 20 in the country.
The problem is the SEC, again, so loaded, but I think that's probably a little low.
Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, trying to project what the AP poll preseason will look like in August. Miami at 19.
That's too low. They'll be higher than that.
Another ACC team, Pitt at 18.
Well, let's see
I
what
think it's
Addison
too high.
does. Yeah, it's probably too high.
I don't think Addison's coming back.
Slovis is not going to have the year that Kenny Pickett had.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite team in August at 17, the Texas Longhorns.
I think that's too high.
Yeah, I don't think they're a top 25 team.
16 is USC.
They're such an unknown.
Give
them Addison. Give them Addison, right?
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do in this portal. He's already gotten 15 guys coming in. He's going to get more. He's got a pretty forgiving schedule.
But you got to keep in mind now, you're talking about the AP poll, so USC, Texas, those are name
Big
brands
names,
that the media people almost automatically write in.
Yeah, but we're all, I guess, media people. And, I mean, I mean, we don't believe those are top 25 teams right now.
BYU 15.
Yeah, BYU could be good this year. I think BYU, that's about right.
Way too high for this team, in my opinion. Michigan State 14.
You're way too high.
Wake Forest 13.
I think
Wake's going to be good. I think it's about right.
They won 11 games last year. They got 14 returning starters and Sam Hartman at quarterback. Wake's going to be good.
Bo Nix's Oregon Ducks at 12.
I think that they'll be a little bit lower. I think 15 to 20.
Baylor 11.
About
That's right to me.
Everyone's sexy off-season ACC pick, NC State at number 10.
That's. I mean, they're going to be a top 10 team, I believe.
In preseason or when it's over with?
Both.
Wow.
Michigan 9.
I think that's too high.
Utah 8.
That's right. I mean, the Pac-12 favorite, that gets you about number 8.
I think they'll end up being higher, but that's where they'll be to start probably.
And then the usual suspects. Oklahoma at number 7. Notre Dame at number 6. Clemson is at 5. Number 4, Texas A&M. Number 3, Georgia. Number 2, Ohio State. Number 1, Alabama is the way Brad Crawford at 24/7 thinks the AP poll will project out. Where do you think he's missing?
Well, I felt like I think the bottom end of the ball. I think Tennessee will be higher than 20. I think people think Tennessee can compete for the East. I'm not saying they can, but I think the media thinks they can. They'll talk themselves into that with Hendon Hooker. I think one thing you always have to remember is when the media votes, the first thing they do is, all right, what do you got at quarterback? Which is not a bad way to go. And I think people think Hendon Hooker's got potential to be the second best quarterback in the conference behind Bryce Young.
Yeah, I think Texas and Ole Miss
are probably, too high.
They're probably overrated. Michigan State's probably overrated.
Yeah. I don't see any way Texas is 17.
Did Tennessee finish the season ranked in the top 25 last year?
But don't forget, they played Hooker came on late. You know, Heupel probably went with the wrong guy. Hooker came on late and played very well for them down the stretch. They did lose the ball game. You remember how PO'd you got about that. We were sitting there waiting to do a show in Dallas.
Yeah, they didn't even get others receiving votes to end the season, so they weren't in the top 30.
That's a long climb to be a preseason top 25 team at Tennessee since they've been off the map so far. I was almost about to pull a trigger on a stake bet and say Tennessee will be unranked to start the year.
Your call.
Yeah. They may be there. I don't want to throw one away. Is there? I mean, who does Tennessee play? Their first big test.
Pitt is. You know, I mean, they had Pitt ranked, right? So that's a top 25 game.
Week 2, Pittsburgh. Yeah.
I mean, at Pitt, and then early on they're going to get Florida, as they always do. They'll get Georgia pretty early, I think.
I've got them 24 on my list. No Purdue. I'm expecting a lot out of Purdue this year.
Well, they get Penn State right away, don't they?
Yeah, you know, lose best offensive player in David Bell, though, drafted this past weekend. I think Purdue's going to be good. I don't know if they're going to be as good as they were last year. They were a team that did receive votes in the final poll.
All right, when we come back, you can, by the way, read Brad and what he says about every one of those teams and why he has them projected there in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. When we come back, Ryan Day, a guy who is trying to get Ohio State to get over the hump and win a national championship with him as the head coach, has something to say about toughness and stamina. It's our final thought when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT. to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Here's a guy. All right, lock of the day ends the show here, and our final big thought. But the lock of the day with LT. No basketball tonight, so a possibility of a little hockey or going
ice
baseball.
Pick. You know, we're not going ice pick. Heavy favorites today in the NHL. So we had a loser last night. I thought Dallas would play much tougher. They played a great first half, and then defensively completely fell apart against the Suns. They've now lost 11 consecutive games against the Suns. Mets against Philadelphia baseball, Major League Baseball. By the way, we were 1-1 yesterday. We did have the Braves against the Mets. Philadelphia swept 2-game series by the Texas Rangers. But Aaron Nola on the hill tonight. He's got a 9-5 record with a 3.32 ERA and 22 career starts against the Mets. I like Nola minus the 145 tonight. Philadelphia, pretty heavy favorite against the Mets. We'll take the Phillies as your Hemp Hill Lock.
Hemp Hill Lock brought to you every day by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad, the crew there, they fix it right. They do it the first time. They do it at a fair price for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Rockstar cut number 7, Ryan Day. Speaking of living in the shadow, I mean, Urban Meyer's not going to go back ever and coach at Ohio State, but he's still having to live a little bit in Urban's shadow. Urban Meyer won big games there. Ryan Day has won a lot of games there.
Until he wins a national championship, look, he's played for one. He's been to multiple college football playoffs, but until he wins one, he is going to be in that shadow.
From our friends at Letterman Row, who cover a little Ohio State football, here's Ryan Day paying a little tribute to one of LT's favorite groups.
I think last year we played some games really tough. I mean, we were really physical in some games, and then there were other times where you watch the film and you wish it was better. And so, one of the things we talk about is competitive stamina. I mean, bringing it every single week, because the thing that's unique about Ohio State is you're not allowed to lose a game here. I talked to the players about this in the offseason. The Rams, they went on a losing streak this year. They lost a bunch of games, but they go play in the Super Bowl and win it all. You can't do that at Ohio State. You have to be tough week in and week out. And so, whether it was symbolic, I don't know. I just felt like it was the right thing to do at this time, was to tackle and play. But we're going to have to be physical. If we're tough and we have good leadership next year, then we have a chance to reach our goals.
He was physical spring for Ohio State there.
What was your losing skid? How many in a row did you guys lose?
Well, so they went 12-5, but there was that, and you guys probably remember this, when Stafford was throwing those pick sixes, they lost 3 straight.
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yeah.
They lost 3 straight and still won the Super Bowl.
They did.
Can't do that at Ohio State.
They were all good losses. I mean, it was to the Titans, it was to the Niners on the road, and at Green Bay. But yeah, they lost 3 consecutive games.
Yeah, those were good teams. But that's right. In college football, you can't really go on skids like that.
I mean, you can get one loss.
Right. You can have a bad game like Alabama, Texas A&M.
But that's it.
Yep. If you lose 2, usually you're out of the mix. A lot of pressure there for Ryan Day to finally get Ohio State over the hump. This year, they're the biggest challenger for Alabama. If you're looking at the 2 teams you'd have to bet a pinky on to be in the championship game, you'd say Alabama, Ohio State.
Look, I don't know their roster as well as some of the ones around here, but this feels like, on the surface, Ryan Day's best roster. This feels like maybe they haven't intentionally been building towards this year, but it feels like they have built towards this year. I mean, Lance at skill, I don't know who's much better.
Yeah, and I think C.J. Stroud might end up being their best quarterback in all this great quarterback run.
So of all the great Ohio State quarterbacks we've had recently,
I mean, even
C.J. Stroud may be the best.
To the last Big Ten Heisman Trophy winner, which was Troy Smith in 2006.
Do you remember how lost at times he looked against Oregon to start the year?
C.J. last year?
Yeah. I mean, to start the year against Oregon, just overthrows, interceptions, bad decisions, and it clicked for him somewhere along the way.
Nick in the chat room, LT, quickly, you got 30 seconds. How does betting work in baseball? Minus 140. What does that mean?
It's just a money line. So you put up $140 to win $100.
Yeah.
So if you bet the other side, you get back 130 typically, or 120.
So I gave you a hockey play tonight, and you didn't like it because it was minus 400.
Yeah, you had the Avalanche, just like Lunsford said, minus 1.5 goals. That's I would rather lay the 1.5 goals and bring the number down. But if you just play the Avalanche straight up, you got to lose. You got to lay $400 to win $100.
So Lunsford on the back row, his team is plus 400 tonight to win the game outright?
No, probably like plus 280.
So not a good chance the Preds win tonight?
No, Preds will not win tonight.
Sorry, Lunsford.
Will not.
No need to watch the game, Lunsford. The Preds, not going to win the game tonight, man.
He's already bet against his own team.
You can't do that.
You do that sometimes, don't you? You've never bet against him. You give the lockout.
I'll give picks out against him, but I'll never bet against him.
Is Lunsford planning on going to see when the series comes back to Nashville? Is he going to see a game up there this weekend?
Best fans in sports, man.
He's going to one Saturday.
Best fans in sports.
All right.
Well, Lunsford said.
We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. The Rewind starts right now on the app and all of our audio platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.